Welcome to Japanese Sleep Whispers, your sanctuary for peaceful nights and gentle dreams. Here, you will find calming bedtime stories inspired by the timeless beauty and traditions of Japan. Each story is read slowly in a soothing voice, accompanied by natural sounds such as flowing rivers and the tranquil rhythm of shishi-odoshi. Whether you seek relaxation, relief from stress, or help falling asleep, these tales invite you to drift away into a world of serenity. Imagine quiet temples, moonlit gardens, and the whispering bamboo forests as you listen. If you'd like these soothing stories to be part of your nightly routine, consider subscribing so they're always with you when you need them. Subscribe and let these stories be your nightly ritual of calm and rest. Thank you for being here. May you always find peace in every moment. Indigo skies over the harbor town. Prologue: the indigo horizon. The sea had not yet awakened. It rested beneath a veil of indigo light, its slow pulse hidden beneath a skin of glassy calm. The horizon was a line drawn in silence so faint, it could have been imagined rather than seen. The traveler stood at the edge of the old pier, breathing in the salt and the stillness. Behind them, the town slept. Only the waves and the faint hum of wind against the ropes broke the hush. The night was neither ending nor beginning. It was that rare, trembling pause between breaths when the world seems unsure whether to sleep or to wake. The traveler had arrived long after midnight, following a narrow road that wound between hills and shadows. They carried only a small satchel and a notebook, its pages blank, save for a few sketches of the sea drawn from memory. The innkeeper had shown them to a room facing the harbor. "Tomorrow, you'll see the light," she had said, her voice soft with the rhythm of someone who has lived by tides all her life. But sleep had not come easily. So the traveler had wandered out, drawn by the low call of the water, a voice older than memory, whispering beneath the indigo sky. The harbor stretched before them like a sleeping creature. Fishing boats rocked gently, their wooden hulls creaking with the faintest sound, like someone murmuring in a dream. A single lantern hung from the end of the pier. Its flame swayed in the faint wind, painting the water with a wavering trail of gold. Beyond the breakwater, the sea was a deeper blue, almost black, but soft, like velvet folded around the stars. The traveler walked slowly toward the lantern, their footsteps echoing softly against the planks. Each sound vanished almost instantly into the vast quiet. When they reached the end, they leaned on the railing and looked out. The air was cool. The faint scent of seaweed mingled with something sharper, the smell of iron, of salt, of unseen life turning in the dark water. Far off, a lighthouse beam swept slowly across the horizon. Each rotation painted a moving scar of white across the indigo sea, then faded again, as though the night itself were breathing in and out. The traveler followed its motion, feeling an odd calm settle in their chest, a peace that had no reason, no beginning. A voice came from behind them. "Beautiful, isn't it?" The traveler turned. An old man stood a few paces away, his figure half lit by the lantern's glow. He wore a heavy coat, and his hands were tucked into his sleeves as though guarding warmth. His face was creased with years, but his eyes were alive, reflecting both the lantern and the sea. "I didn't mean to startle you," he said with a small laugh. "I come here every morning before dawn. The sea and I, we greet each other." The traveler smiled faintly. "You're the lighthouse keeper?" The old man nodded. "Aye. Or what's left of one." He looked toward the distant beam. "They built a new light years ago, further down the coast. Mine's more for memory now." He chuckled softly. "But memory's a good enough reason to keep it burning." The two stood in silence for a while. The horizon began to pale, a faint silver line melting through the indigo. The old man spoke again, his voice almost a whisper. "Before the first light touches the water, there's a moment when everything forgets its name. The sea, the sky, even the gulls, they all rest in the same breath." He pointed with a gloved hand toward the east. "See that? It's coming soon. The forgetting." The traveler followed his gaze. The color of the sky shifted slowly, indigo giving way to deep cobalt, then to the faintest blush of violet. The old man's words lingered in the traveler's mind, the forgetting. They thought of it not as loss, but as peace, the moment when the world is new again, before we remember who we are. A bell chimed faintly from somewhere inland. Perhaps a temple, perhaps a ship. The sound came soft and low, carried by the salt wind. The old man sighed, his breath misting faintly. "Once the light comes, the sea begins to remember again," he said. "Waves, names, promises, all of it returns. But for now just listen." The traveler closed their eyes. The silence deepened. It was no longer empty, it was full of tiny movements, of distant murmurs, of the unseen world breathing. The water beneath the pier lapped gently against the posts. A small boat knocked softly against its mooring. Somewhere far away, a gull called once, then no more. Everything was still. Perfectly, completely still. When the traveler opened their eyes again, the horizon had changed. A faint glow stretched across the line where sea met sky, not golden, not yet dawn, but something in between. The old man smiled. There. The indigo horizon. It's the moment the world remembers light exists. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small pocket watch. Its silver case had grown dull with age, and when he opened it, the glass was fogged with salt air. "No need to check the time," he said. "It's always the same hour here." He closed it again, the soft click lost in the murmur of the sea. The traveler turned back toward the water. The surface shimmered faintly now, as though light were rising from beneath, not above. They thought of the long road behind them, the sleepless nights, the restless need that had brought them to this edge of the world. And yet now, none of it seemed to matter. The sound of waves, the scent of salt, the old man's steady presence, they were enough. The traveler exhaled slowly. Their breath joined the wind and vanished. The old man began to hum a tune without words, low and rhythmic, like the turning of tides. It was not a song of sorrow or joy. It was a song of continuance, of something vast and kind that never truly ends. When the first line of sunlight touched the water, the old man stopped humming. He tipped his hat and smiled. "The sea's awake now," he said. "She'll take care of you." And before the traveler could reply, he was gone, his footsteps fading down the pier, leaving only the sound of water and wind. The traveler remained there until the sun rose fully, its light soft and clean, washing the indigo from the sky until only blue remained. The day had begun, but somewhere beneath its brightness, the quiet rhythm of that dawn, the breath before remembering, continued to echo. The traveler turned toward the town, and the sea followed them with its endless whisper. Chapter 1: The Lighthouse Keeper's Song, Part 1. Morning came slowly to the harbor town, unfolding like a pale silk ribbon across the horizon. The air was cool and wet with mist, and the sound of waves against the breakwater was steady and patient, like the breath of something ancient. The traveler walked along the narrow path that wound up the hill. The road was lined with low stone walls, half covered in moss, and from time to time, wildflowers swayed in the faint wind rising from the sea below. At the top of the slope, the lighthouse stood, a tall, white figure against the blue-gray sky. Its paint had faded, its lantern glass clouded with years of salt and storms. And yet, the light still turned. Not bright, not powerful, but steady. The traveler stopped and watched it revolve once, the faint shimmer passing across their face. Then, remembering the old man from before dawn, they began to climb the final steps. The door to the lighthouse was open. Inside, the air smelled of oil, metal, and sea. The spiral staircase curved upward in the dimness, each step echoing softly. Near the top, the traveler heard a faint hum, a tune carried low, barely louder than the wind. They found the old man standing beside the great lamp. He was polishing the brass fittings with a piece of cloth worn almost to threads. Without turning, he said, "You came." The traveler smiled. "I wasn't sure if I'd find you here." "You always find what waits," he replied, his voice calm. The sea teaches that. The room at the top was round and filled with light. The thick glass walls made the world look softer. The sea below shimmered like silk, and the sky seemed to melt into it, both colors blending into one wide field of blue. The old man placed the cloth aside, adjusted a small gear at the base of the lamp. The faint hum deepened, then settled again into its steady rhythm. He gestured for the traveler to sit on the bench beside the wall. "I used to keep this light every night," he said. "Now it's only for those who still remember it exists." The traveler tilted their head. "Why keep it burning, if ships no longer need it?" The old man smiled faintly. "Because light should not forget how to shine, even when no one is watching." He moved toward the small stove in the corner and poured hot water into a tin pot. The scent of tea filled the air, earthy, salt-edged, like the wind through old wood. He poured 2 cups and handed one to the traveler. Outside, gulls circled slowly in the sky, their cries distant and soft, as if muffled by the light itself. The traveler took a sip. The tea was slightly bitter, but it warmed them deeply, the way seawater warms the skin after a long swim. For a while, neither spoke. Only the slow turning of the lamp and the soft hum of its mechanism filled the silence. At last, the old man said, "Do you hear it?" The traveler listened. At first, there was only the hum of the machinery, the sigh of wind, the whisper of distant waves. Then, beneath it all, a rhythm. Not sound, exactly, but a pulse. Like the heartbeat of the sea itself. The old man nodded. "That's her song," he said. "The sea sings to those who stay long enough to listen. Not in words, she's far too old for that, but in rhythm, in the way light bends and air moves." He looked out through the glass. "The song changes with the tides, but it always means the same thing. Everything returns." The traveler leaned forward slightly. "Everything?" "Yes," he said. "Light, waves, souls, even silence. They leave, they drift, they find their way back." He turned his palm upward, as though catching something invisible. "Some nights, when the sea is calm, you can almost hear the words that were never said, the ones carried away by wind and time. The traveler closed their eyes. For a moment, they thought they could hear it too, a faint murmur rising from below, 1,000 overlapping voices, soft as foam, ancient as tides. The old man's humming began again. It was the same tune as before, but now it seemed clearer, woven with the rhythm of the lamp's slow turn. The melody rose and fell, gentle as breathing. "Is that the lighthouse keeper's song?" the traveler asked quietly. He chuckled. "It's the sea's, really. I only borrowed it. She hums it to remind me that light and darkness are not enemies, they need each other to exist." He turned to the traveler with a small, knowing smile. "Even the night hums when it sleeps." Chapter 1: The Lighthouse Keeper's Song, Part 2. Evening fell quietly over the harbor town. The day folded itself into a blue mist, and the world began to hum with the same deep rhythm the old man had spoken of. From the window of the lighthouse, the traveler could see the lamps of fishing boats drifting like stars upon the sea. Each one bobbed gently, its reflection trembling and reforming upon the waves, small worlds of light that refused to vanish. The air smelled faintly of salt and oil. Somewhere below, the gulls had gone silent, and only the slow creak of the lighthouse timbers remained. The old man adjusted the flame one last time and stepped back from the lens. The golden beam swept slowly across the dark water, touching each wave as if blessing it. He turned toward the traveler, his expression calm. "Do you know," he said, "why this light still turns, even when there are no ships to guide?" The traveler shook their head. The old man smiled. "Because light remembers. Not the way we do, not in names or faces, but in rhythm. Every flicker keeps the memory of what it once illuminated." He walked to the far wall and lifted a wooden box from the shelf. Inside were dozens of small notebooks, their pages yellowed and soft. "These," he said, "are the sea's memories. I've written down every storm, every calm, every vessel that passed within sight of the beam." He opened one at random. The ink had faded, but the handwriting was steady, deliberate. "Here," he said softly, "November 3rd. A fishing boat returned at dusk. One lantern was lost in the wind. Waves at the edge of song." He smiled faintly. "I used to think I was recording history. Now I know I was only keeping company with time." The traveler looked through the glass wall again. The beam swept the horizon once more, and for an instant, they thought they saw figures on the water, faint. Almost transparent sailors, perhaps, or simply the ghosts of light reflected on mist. "Have you ever been to sea yourself?" the traveler asked. The old man laughed softly. "Once. Long ago. He rested his hand on the brass rail. The sea taught me how small I was. So I came here to keep the light that others might find their way. He paused, his gaze fixed far beyond the horizon. There was one night a storm stronger than any I'd seen. Waves higher than the lighthouse itself. I thought the light would go out. The traveler said nothing. The room seemed to hold its breath. I climbed up here, he continued, and turned the lamp by hand when the gears froze. The rain cut my face, the wind tore at my coat. But the beam still turned. He smiled, eyes glimmering in the dimness. When dawn came, I saw a single boat anchored in the bay. A fisherman who told me later he had followed the light all night, believing it was a star. He looked down at his hands. They called it luck. I called it listening. The traveler's voice was low when they spoke. You kept him alive. The old man shook his head gently. No, the sea did. I only reminded them to be kind. He walked back to the lamp and placed his palm against the warm glass. The sea isn't cruel, you know. It's just vast. It doesn't know the meaning of enough. That's why we need light to tell the dark where to rest. The traveler nodded slowly, letting the words drift through them like the tide itself. Outside, the mist had thickened again. The world beyond the lens was a blur of gray-blue. Yet the beam still cut through it, reaching, returning, again and again. The old man sat down and poured more tea. Every night, before I sleep, he said, I hum the same tune. Not for the sea, she knows it already, but for myself. To remember that I'm still part of her rhythm. He began to hum once more. The melody rose like breath, soft, circular, endless. The traveler felt something loosen in their chest, as though a knot had finally untied itself. The sound wrapped around the room, around the slow spin of the lamp, around the faint hiss of the wind through the vents. Everything became one sound, the song of continuity, the song of return. When the tune faded, the old man leaned back and closed his eyes. The sea will change you, he murmured. Not with storms or distance, but with stillness. That's the real tide, the one that turns inside you. The traveler looked out at the horizon, where a faint shimmer of moonlight touched the waves. For a heartbeat, they could almost see it, a current not of water, but of memory, moving through everything. They whispered, I think I hear it now, the song. The old man smiled without opening his eyes. Then you've already begun to belong. The lamp turned once more. Its glow brushed the sea, then swept across the traveler's face. Outside, the first stars appeared, one by one, their reflections trembling in the dark water below. The traveler finished their tea, set the cup down gently, and listened. The sea hummed back a soundless reply, steady and endless. And in that quiet communion, the traveler felt themselves dissolve, until they were no longer visitor or listener, but part of the same song. Chapter 2: The House by the Tides, Part 1. The house stood at the very edge of the shore, where the sand gave way to stone and the sea reached out with quiet patience. It was an old house, the kind that seemed built not beside the sea, but with it. Its walls were pale from years of salt wind, its wood softened to silver gray. When the tide rose, waves brushed the foundation with gentle hands, and at low tide, a ribbon of shells gleamed like forgotten jewelry at its feet. The traveler arrived at dusk. The lighthouse was now a distant shape on the hill, its light faint but steady, marking the place they had come from. An old woman stood at the doorway. She wore a shawl the color of driftwood and smiled in a way that felt like home. "You must be the one who asked for the seaside room," she said. Her voice carried the slow rhythm of someone who knew the tides by heart. "Yes," the traveler replied. "I hope I'm not too late." "Not at all," she said, stepping aside. "The sea doesn't hurry, and neither should we." Inside, the house smelled faintly of cedar and salt. Wooden beams crossed the ceiling like the ribs of a great ship. In one corner, a kettle hummed quietly over a small flame. The old woman showed the traveler to a simple room. A low bed, a writing desk, and a window overlooking the waves. The curtains fluttered with each breath of wind, and beyond them, the sea glowed faintly in the twilight, a surface of soft blue shifting toward silver. "Listen," the woman said. "The tide will sing you to sleep. It has many verses, you'll learn them if you stay long enough." The traveler smiled. "Do you live here alone?" "For now," she said, pouring tea into 2 small cups. "Once, my husband tended nets by the cove. Now, only the wind helps me mend them." Her tone was not sad, merely steady, as if she had accepted the rhythm of absence as part of life's tide. They sat together near the open window. The sound of waves filled the room, sometimes soft as a whisper, sometimes deep as a breath drawn from the heart of the sea. The old woman set her cup down. "When I was young," she said, "the nights here were bright with lanterns. Fishermen sang to the moon. Children ran barefoot on the sand. The sea was full of voices then." She paused. "Now she hums alone. But I don't mind. There's beauty in her silence, too." The traveler gazed out the window. The tide was coming in, filling the small pools among the rocks, each one reflecting a piece of the growing moon. "Do you still fish?" they asked softly. The woman laughed. a sound like wind through chimes. No, no, I let the sea rest. She's carried enough of us already. The kettle clicked as it cooled. The traveler opened their notebook. On the first page, they wrote, "The house breathes with the sea. The walls hold the rhythm of waves. The air carries stories the tide forgot." They closed the book and listened. Each sound in the house, the soft groan of wood, the whisper of the curtain, the faint murmur of water against stone, felt alive, as though the house itself were dreaming. The old woman noticed their stillness and smiled. "She remembers, you know," she said. "The house remembers what? All who've stayed here. The ones who watched the storms, the ones who waited for letters that never came, the ones who left before dawn." She looked toward the sea. "When you live by the tides, you learn that everything returns eventually, even silence." The traveler felt something inside them settle, a quietness, like a wave folding gently onto shore. They stood and walked toward the window. Outside, the moon had risen higher, painting the water in long ribbons of light. The air smelled of salt and wet stone. Far off, a bell chimed once, a slow, solemn note from the lighthouse. The traveler whispered, "I heard the keeper hum a song last night." The old woman nodded. "Yes. The sea listens to him. He's one of the few," she still answers. She poured the last of the tea and said softly, "Here, the nights are kind. Let the waves do the remembering. You just rest." The traveler lay down upon the simple bed. Through the open window came the sound of the tide, rising and falling, as though the whole world were breathing with them. The old woman's footsteps faded down the hall. The lamp dimmed. Only the sea remained awake. And in its endless rhythm, the traveler began to drift, not into a dream, but into the deeper stillness where dreams are born. Chapter 2: The House by the Tides, Part 2. The sound of the tide changed sometime after midnight. It no longer rose and fell in rhythm, but seemed to breathe more deeply, as though the sea itself were turning in its sleep. The traveler stirred. The room was dim, washed in the faint silver of the moon. The air was cool and smelled faintly of wet stone and cedar. Through the open window came the whisper of water pulling away from the shore. The tide was receding, revealing the hidden paths between rocks, the places the day never saw. The traveler sat up slowly, listening. There was another sound beneath the tide. Soft, distant, almost human. A hum. A melody half remembered. The traveler rose and walked barefoot across the wooden floor. It was smooth and cold beneath their feet. They stood by the window, leaning into the salt wind. Below, the moonlight shivered across the wet sand, and in its reflection, Something moved, a figure walking where the sea had just been. The traveler blinked. The figure was pale, almost luminous. It moved slowly, its feet leaving no prints, its head bowed as if listening to the earth. The traveler opened the door and stepped outside. The boards creaked beneath them, and the night air wrapped around their skin like cool silk. The sea had pulled back far enough that the shore stretched wide and shining, a field of water and light. The figure turned slightly, but its face was hidden in shadow. The traveler called out, their voice barely above the wind. "Hello?" The figure did not answer, but lifted a handed gesture, not of greeting, but of silence. Then it pointed toward the horizon, where the waves whispered softly and faded like breath against glass. The traveler stood still for a long time. The sea moved in the distance, and each wave carried a low murmur, as if speaking through sleep. It was not words, but memory fragments of old voices, half-formed laughter, a lullaby carried by the tide. They closed their eyes, and in that moment, the sound grew clear. "Do you remember," a voice whispered, "the night you left the mountain road? The way the rain fell sideways? The promise you never spoke?" The traveler felt their chest tighten. They did not know if the words were their own or the sea's. Another voice followed, softer, older. "Everything the sea takes, she keeps until it's time to return." The traveler opened their eyes. The figure was gone. Only the shimmer of retreating water remained, and the faint hum of the tide deepening. A gust of wind brushed through the tall grass behind the house, carrying the scent of pine and salt. Somewhere nearby, a wind chime stirred, its tone clear, its rhythm slow. The traveler turned and saw the old woman standing at the doorway, a shawl wrapped tightly around her shoulders. "You heard them, didn't you?" she said softly. The traveler hesitated. I don't know. It was like a song I'd forgotten." The old woman nodded. "That's how they return. The sea doesn't give back what was lost, she gives it back changed." She stepped closer, her bare feet silent on the sand. When the tide pulls away like this, the world between waking and dream opens. It's not a place for fear. Just listening. They stood together in silence, watching the waves draw thin silver lines over the dark sand. The sky had begun to pale. Far out on the horizon, a faint streak of light broke the indigo. The old woman smiled faintly. "There. Morning's coming. Soon the sea will close her mouth again." She turned toward the house. "Come inside. You'll catch a cold." The traveler lingered for one last glance. The tide continued its slow retreat, and among the exposed rocks lay dozens of shells glinting like tiny moons. They shimmered as if still breathing. Back inside, the house was warm again. The old woman poured tea, and the kettle hissed softly, a mimicry of the tide outside. The traveler sat near the window, watching dawn fill the edges of the sea. The first gulls cried out bright, distant notes in the thinning mist. The old woman placed a small seashell on the table. "Take it," she said. "It will remind you what the tide said tonight." The traveler held it carefully. The shell was cool, its spiral smooth as glass. When they lifted it to their ear, the sea's whisper was still there, a soundless hum, a promise of return. The old woman smiled. "You'll understand more when the next tide comes." The traveler looked out at the softening light, the sea turning from silver to pale blue. "I think," they said slowly, "I already do." Outside, the sea began to rise again. Its rhythm is soft and endless, its voice full of forgotten names and new beginnings. The house breathed with it, wood, wind, and wave in perfect unison. And as the light touched the traveler's face, they felt a warmth that did not belong to the sun, but to the quiet truth. That every ebb is already the beginning of a return. Chapter 3 Wind Through the Nets Part 1. Morning unfolded like silk across the harbor. The sea was pale and still, its surface trembling only slightly under the breath of wind. The traveler followed the narrow path that led from the house to the docks. The tide was high again, lapping softly at the wooden posts where fishing boats swayed in slow rhythm. The harbor town had not yet awakened. Only a few shutters creaked open, and a cat stretched in a patch of early light. Somewhere, the faint sound of a broom swept against stone. It was the hour between dream and day, the world neither sleeping nor awake. The traveler carried the seashell the old woman had given them. Its spiral was cool in their palm, and when they pressed it to their ear, they could still hear the sea whisper not words, but presence. At the edge of the dock, an old woman sat mending a fishing net. Her hands moved with slow precision, threading and tying, never once looking down. Her hair was white as sea foam, her skin marked by years of salt and wind. Yet her eyes, when she looked up, were bright and steady like lanterns unshaken by the storm. "You're early," she said. Her voice was low, textured like driftwood. The traveler smiled. "The tide woke me." The woman nodded. "She does that. She doesn't like to be admired from afar." She gestured to a wooden crate beside her. "Sit, if you wish. The wind will tell its story soon." The traveler sat down, listening to the faint hiss of the rope sliding through her fingers. The sea breathed around them a gentle rhythm, soft and eternal. For a while, neither spoke. The sound of the net being mended was like the sea itself being stitched back together. Finally, the traveler asked, "Do you mend these every morning?" The woman smiled faintly. "Every morning. The sea takes what she needs at night, a knot, a thread, sometimes a whole section. I just help her decide where to return it." The traveler tilted their head. "So the sea chooses?" "She always chooses," the woman said. "Even the wind listens to her." She looked toward the horizon. "You can tell by how the gulls move. When they circle low, it means she's speaking softly. When they rise high, she's holding her breath." The traveler watched the sky. A thin mist clung to the water, but sunlight pressed gently through it, turning the air a faint, trembling gold. The nets in her lap glimmered slightly in the light threads of sea green and silver gray. They smelled faintly of salt and thyme. The woman hummed as she worked. It was not a song with melody, but more like a rhythm, a pulse that followed the wind's changing pace. The traveler recognized it. It was the same kind of hum the lighthouse keeper had sung, and the same that had drifted from the tide the night before. "Is that the sea's song?" the traveler asked. The woman nodded slowly. "It's the one she teaches to those who listen long enough. It has no beginning and no end. It's what keeps the world from falling apart." The traveler closed their eyes for a moment. The sound of the humming, the whisper of wind through rope, the quiet knock of water against wood, all of it blended into one gentle current. When they opened their eyes, the woman had stopped working. Her gaze was distant, fixed on the horizon. "Do you see that line there?" she said softly. "Where the sea and sky almost touch." The traveler nodded. "That's where memory sleeps," she said. "Not gone. Just waiting for the tide to wake it again." She returned to her work, and the sound of her fingers resumed a steady, tender rhythm, like the heartbeat of the shore itself. The traveler asked, "Do you ever get lonely?" The woman smiled, but did not look up. "No, the sea leaves me company. Voices in the wind, laughter in the waves. Sometimes I think the nets remember more than I do." She held up a small knot, tight and perfect. "This one," she said, "was tied by my husband 50 years ago." Still holding. Her voice softened. "He's gone now, but every morning, when I find one of his knots, I know he's still helping me mend." A gull called out overhead, its cry bright against the soft hum of morning. The woman paused, listening. "There," she said. "She's telling us the wind is changing." The traveler felt it too, a shift so slight it could have been imagined. But the nets stirred, the boats rocked gently, and somewhere far out to sea, a shimmer of light danced across the waves. The woman gathered her tools and stood. "Best to finish before the wind finds its voice," she said. She can be impatient. The traveler rose as well, feeling the salt air lift their hair. The scent of seaweed and pine mingled softly around them. As they walked back toward the harbor road, the traveler turned once more to the old woman. "Will you be here tomorrow?" they asked. The woman smiled, her eyes like reflections of water. "I'm always here. But the sea decides who sees me." The traveler continued down the path, the sound of the nets fading behind them. Each step felt lighter, as if they were walking not on earth, but on the slow breath of the sea itself. Above, the wind began to murmur again, a voice made of air and memory. It brushed against the traveler's ear, gentle and low. "Keep walking," it seemed to say. "The tide remembers you." And as the harbor filled with morning light, the traveler felt that, somehow, it was true. Chapter 3 Wind Through the Nets Part 2. By afternoon, the wind had changed. It swept through the harbor with a restless grace, lifting the smell of salt, wood, and faraway rain. The traveler walked slowly along the pier, the seashells still tucked in their pocket. The fishing boats swayed gently, their masts tracing patient arcs against the sky. The nets, strung to dry on poles, shifted and sighed as the wind passed through them, a sound like 100 small voices whispering at once. It was not speech, not melody, but something older, the murmur of threads remembering hands, the sigh of water remembering shape. The traveler stopped and listened. Each breath of wind seemed to carry something new, something half forgotten. Across the docks, the old woman from the morning stood again. She was folding the nets now, her shawl fluttering behind her like a worn sail. "You hear her, don't you?" she called, her voice rising above the wind. The traveler nodded. "She's louder today." The woman smiled faintly. "She's impatient. The sea sends her inland when she wants to be heard." She motioned toward the harbor wall. "Walk with her a while. You'll understand what she's trying to say." The traveler climbed the worn steps to the top of the seawall. The wind met them there, strong, unbroken, filled with invisible motion. From that height, the town looked like a collection of tiny breaths, rooftops shimmering, laundry fluttering, boats shifting in slow harmony. The traveler closed their eyes. The wind pressed against them, tugging gently at their coat, curling around their hair like unseen fingers. It was not cold. It was alive. And then, somewhere within its movement, they heard the faint echo of a voice. "You left without saying goodbye." The traveler froze. The words were soft, barely formed, but unmistakably human. They turned, but no one stood nearby. Only the wind, curling through the nets below, singing its long and endless sigh. The traveler's heart beat faster. They pressed a hand to their chest, as if to keep from unraveling. The voice came again, woven into the gusts. "You promised to stay until spring. Do you remember the camellias by the river?" The traveler's eyes filled with the image, a riverbank lined with red petals, a voice laughing in sunlight, a hand they never held again. They whispered, "I remember." The wind softened instantly, as if exhaling in relief. For a moment, everything stilled, boats, ropes, even the waves below. And then the wind shifted direction, turning gentle, almost warm. The old woman had followed quietly, her steps making no sound on the stone. "You heard her, didn't you?" she said, her tone neither curious nor surprised. The traveler nodded. "It was someone I lost. I thought the sea had taken her." The woman looked toward the horizon, where the light shimmered faintly on the water. "The sea doesn't keep what it takes," she said. "She transforms it, turns grief into rhythm, silence into wind." She placed her weathered hand on the traveler's arm. "When the wind calls your name, it's not to remind you of loss. It's to remind you that you are still here, still listening." They stood together as the sun began to lower, the light spreading gold over the harbor. The nets glowed softly, each thread catching a glimmer before the breeze moved on. The traveler breathed deeply, the wind flowing through them, filling the quiet spaces that sorrow had hollowed out. It no longer sounded like voices, just movement, the pulse of something vast and kind. As the sky deepened into amber, the traveler spoke again. "What happens when there's no more wind?" The old woman smiled. "Then you'll know peace has arrived. But don't wish for that too soon. The wind is memory's way of staying alive." She gathered her nets and began to walk back toward the houses. Each step she took was in rhythm with the sea's distant breath. The traveler followed slowly, their hand brushing the pocket where the seashell rested. When they held it to their ear, they no longer heard the faint hum of the tide but the sound of wind passing through distant nets, weaving silence into song. By the time they reached the edge of town, the harbor lamps had begun to glow. Their light trembled gently in the gathering dusk, mirroring the rhythm of the waves. The traveler turned once more toward the sea. The wind brushed past them again, soft, almost playful, and in its passing, a final whisper lingered. "You kept your promise. You came back." The traveler closed their eyes. A tear slipped down, caught instantly by the breeze, and carried away to join the sea. When they opened their eyes again, the horizon was calm, not empty, but whole. That night, the wind quieted. The sea rested, and somewhere between them, the travelers slept, not dreaming of what was lost, but breathing in rhythm with what remained. Chapter 4: The Night of the Lantern Sea, Part 1. Night returned softly, as though the world had been waiting all day to exhale. The harbor was quiet again, boats swaying gently, their ropes creaking like lullabies. Above, the sky unfolded into endless indigo, and stars scattered themselves across it like forgotten coins dropped into deep water. The travelers stood at the edge of the dock, watching the tide slide in, slow and deliberate. The air was cool, carrying the scent of lantern oil and seaweed. Somewhere behind them, a door shut softly, and the sound rippled outward like a pebble cast into still water. The townsfolk began to gather near the shoreline. Children carried small paper lanterns, each one shaped like a petal or a star. Old men untied the mooring ropes, their hands practiced, patient. The traveler turned to the woman from the seaside house, who now stood nearby, her shawl replaced by a light woven cloak. "What's happening?" they asked quietly. She smiled, her face silver in the starlight. "It's the Lantern Sea," she said. "Once each year, when the tide is highest, we let the lights drift out to guide those still wandering beyond the waves." The traveler watched as the first lantern touched the water. It floated gently, its reflection trembling a second light beneath the surface, just as real as the first. Soon, the sea was filled with them, hundreds of small flames, each swaying in rhythm with the tide. The sight was almost soundless. Only the hush of wave sand, the faint murmur of people breathing in awe. The traveler felt something stir within them, not sadness, but recognition. Each lantern seemed alive, carrying whispers instead of fire, stories instead of smoke. The woman beside them said softly, "They say the sea remembers every soul that has ever crossed her. But memory fades without light. Tonight, we help her remember." She handed the traveler a small lantern, its paper thin as skin, its frame light as air. "Write a name," she said. "Or a thought. Anything you wish the tide to carry." The traveler knelt by the water. The sand was cool beneath their fingers, the tide brushing gently against their shoes. They hesitated for a long time, the lantern trembling in their hands. Finally, they dipped a brush into ink and wrote 3 words in quiet strokes. "I remember you." The letters bled slightly on the paper, like tears seeping through cloth. When they placed the lantern on the water, it rocked once, then began to drift, joining the slow current of glowing shapes. The traveler watched until it was impossible to tell which one was theirs. The old woman from the harbor had joined them now, her hands folded loosely before her. She said nothing for a while. Then, watching the horizon, she whispered, "Every lantern is a promise." The sea listens to those more than to prayers. The traveler turned to her. "Do you believe they reach the ones who are gone?" Her smile was faint, but certain. The sea doesn't have gone. Only farther. She looked up at the lighthouse on the distant cliff. Its light turned slowly, casting long ribbons of gold across the waves. "That one guides the living," she said, "but tonight, the small ones guide the rest." The wind shifted, not strong, but full of movement, as though carrying whispers between the lanterns. The traveler could hear it then, the soft hum again, the song that seemed to exist somewhere between memory and air. A child's laughter. A sigh. A voice saying, "Thank you." The traveler closed their eyes, letting the sounds wash through them until they could no longer tell whether they came from the sea or from their own heart. When they opened them again, the tide had carried the lanterns farther out, scattering them like stars fallen upon the ocean's skin. The night grew deeper. The sea and sky had become one vast mirror, and the light of the lanterns looked as though it was floating in both. The lighthouse beam swept across them once, then again, and for a brief moment, every light large and small seemed to bow in unison. The woman whispered, "Do you see how the light bends? That's the sea saying good night." The traveler's chest ached gently, not with pain, but with a strange, quiet peace. They whispered back, "Good night." The wind carried the word away as softly as breath. Chapter 4: The Night of the Lantern Sea, Part 2. The sea grew quieter as the night deepened. The wind that had once carried the lanterns outward calmed into a slow and steady breath. Each flame now floated farther away, its glow trembling in the dark water like a heart still beating in sleep. The traveler remained on the dock long after others had gone. The old woman had bid them good night, her silhouette fading into the soft blue mist near the houses. Even the children's laughter had drifted away like smoke dissolving into the air. Now there was only the traveler, the sea, and the hundreds of tiny stars floating between them. They sat down, their legs dangling above the tide. The boards beneath them creaked softly, as if the harbor itself were sighing. For a long time, the traveler said nothing. There was nothing to say. Only to listen. The waves moved in slow rhythm, lapping against the wooden posts, their motion in time with the traveler's breath. It was then that they noticed the light from the lanterns was not fading evenly. Some glowed brighter, as if stirred by unseen hands. Others dimmed softly, folding back into the dark. One lantern drifted closer than the rest. Its glow pulsed faintly, and in its reflection, the traveler thought they saw a face, a gentle one, half hidden by the rippling water. They leaned closer, their heart beating like a tide rising too quickly. The face did not vanish. It smiled not as the living smile, but as memory does, from the edge of things. A voice followed, barely louder than the hush of waves. "You came back." The traveler closed their eyes. Tears came easily this time, but they did not fall heavily. They drifted downward, becoming part of the sea. "I never left," they whispered. "I was just lost for a while." The light flickered once, then steadied a pulse of quiet understanding. The sea around them seemed to glow now. Not brightly, but from within, as though the water itself had begun remembering. The traveler looked out and saw movement among the lantern's shapes, rising and fading beneath the surface, shadows that were not shadows. It was as if the sea had turned to glass and all that had ever been loved was reflected beneath it. Hands reaching, eyes watching, smiles like soft echoes. The traveler was not afraid. They felt no weight, no sorrow. Only a slow, expanding stillness, as though the sea were breathing them in. The lighthouse beam swept across the horizon again, its rhythm unchanged, steady, patient, eternal. Each time it passed, the lanterns shimmered brighter, as if greeting an old friend. And then the traveler heard another sound, a low hum, deep and wide as the world itself. It came from everywhere, from the waves, from the wind, from within their own heartbeat. It was the same melody they had heard before in the keeper's tower, in the nets, in the tide pulling away at dawn. Now it was whole. The traveler closed their eyes. The sound moved through them like water, washing away the sharpness of thought. Time dissolved. The body felt light, neither waking nor dreaming. Images drifted past like lanterns themselves, the old man at the lighthouse, his steady hands guiding flame, the old woman by the sea, her shawl fluttering like a bird's wing, the harbor nets breathing in the wind. Each memory shimmered briefly, then merged with the next, until all became one vast, gentle brightness. When the traveler opened their eyes again, the sea was calm. The lanterns were nearly gone, specks now, distant as stars at dawn. The eastern sky had begun to pale, a faint line of gold tracing the horizon. The lighthouse beam faded in the growing light, its purpose gently ending for the night. The travelers stood, their legs trembling slightly, their breath steady. The sea whispered against the dock, not with words, but with sound alone. They understood it all the same. Every light returns. As the sun rose, the last lantern disappeared beyond the curve of the world. The traveler pressed a hand to their heart, feeling warmth still there, not from the flame, but from what it had remembered. They turned toward the road that led back to the seaside house. The sand shimmered faintly with morning light, and gulls began to stir, their cries sharp but clean. The traveler whispered to the wind, "Thank you." A soft breeze brushed their cheek in reply, a touch both farewell and blessing. When they reached the edge of the harbor, they looked back one last time. The sea stretched out, calm and infinite, its surface smooth as memory. And for a heartbeat, the traveler thought they saw it, a single light, far away, still burning on the horizon. Not fading, just waiting. Chapter 5: The Keeper of Morning Light, Part 1. Morning unfolded slowly over the harbor. The night had left behind a faint shimmer on the sea, as though the stars had melted into the wave sand, refused to leave entirely. The traveler walked along the sand, their shoes in hand, the cold grains pressing softly against their feet. The air smelled of salt and wet stone. Gulls drifted lazily above, their wings slicing through the silver mist. Each cry echoed across the water like the beginning of a new sentence. The lanterns were gone now. The tide had taken them. But if one looked closely enough, a faint trace of light still rippled beneath the surface, as if memory itself refused to vanish with dawn. The lighthouse stood at the end of the long path, its white walls now pale gold beneath the rising sun. For the first time, it looked less like a watchtower and more like a home. The traveler climbed the stone steps slowly. Their breath mingled with the chill of morning, and each step carried a quiet rhythm like a pulse within the earth itself. When they reached the door, they hesitated, not from fear, but from reverence. The last time they had stood there, night had been heavy, and the air had smelled of oil and storm. Now it was light, a clean, fragile brightness that seemed to hum from within the walls. They knocked gently. The door opened after a moment, and the keeper appeared, the same old man, his face carved by wind and years, yet softened by something new, rest. He looked surprised for only an instant before smiling faintly. "So," he said, "you found your way back before the tide changed." The traveler bowed their head. "I wasn't sure if I would," they admitted. The keeper stepped aside. "Then perhaps you were meant to." Inside, the lighthouse was filled with pale light. It streamed through narrow windows and pooled across the stone floor like spilled milk. Dust motes drifted in slow spirals, and the air smelled faintly of metal, ink, and tea. "Would you like some?" the keeper asked, gesturing toward the small table near the wall. 2 cups already waited there, as if he had expected company all along. The traveler nodded. "Thank you." They sat in silence for a time, listening to the low hum of the sea against the cliffs. It was a quiet so deep that even their breathing seemed too loud. Finally, the traveler asked, "Do you always wake before the sun?" The keeper chuckled softly. "No, it wakes me. Old stones remember light before people do. They stir when the horizon brightens." He sipped his tea, eyes half closed. "You saw the lanterns last night?" The traveler nodded. "They were more than beautiful. It felt as though the sea was alive, not just reflecting the light, but keeping it." The keeper's smile deepened. "She does keep it. But only for those who see her gently." He stood and walked toward the spiral staircase. "Come," he said. "There's something I want to show you." They climbed together, the steps narrow and cool beneath their hands. The air grew warmer as they rose, filled with the scent of oil and morning salt. At the top, the light chamber opened before them. The great glass lens still turned slowly, even in daylight, casting soft arcs of brightness along the walls. The traveler approached it carefully. The glass glowed faintly from within, not with flame, but with something quieter, like the memory of fire. The keeper rested his hand on the metal railing. "This lens has watched every dawn since before I was born," he said. "It bends light, but it also remembers it." He turned to the traveler. "Would you like to see what it remembers?" The traveler hesitated. "Is that possible?" The keeper's eyes softened. "Everything that shines leaves an echo." He adjusted one of the small brass levers beside the lens, and a faint vibration passed through the air, not a sound, but a tremor of light. The room dimmed slightly. Then, within the curved glass, images began to form, not clear, but fluid, like reflections seen through water. At first, there was only the sea. Then faces, voices, the shimmer of 1,000 tiny lights, the lanterns from the night before. But there was more. The traveler saw people, some laughing, some waiting at the shore, some turning toward the light as if hearing their names called from afar. And then they saw themselves, standing on the dock, a lantern in hand, eyes lifted toward the horizon. They inhaled sharply. "That's last night." The keeper nodded slowly. "Yes. But not as you remember it. As the sea did." He pointed toward the glowing reflection. "She keeps everything that drifts across her: light, sound, sorrow, joy. The trick is not to chase them. Only to let them rest." The traveler watched in silence as the image slowly dissolved, fading back into clear glass and sunlight. When it was gone, the keeper spoke again, his voice almost a whisper. "Morning light is different from all others. It doesn't banish the night. It carries it gently, like a promise kept. The traveler felt the words settle deep within, the way sand settles after a wave recedes. They looked out the window. The sea below was bright now, its surface trembling with pale gold. And yet, somewhere beneath it, they could still sense the faint glow of lanterns, a secret rhythm, the slow heartbeat of the world continuing unseen. The keeper placed a hand on the traveler's shoulder. "You've seen both lights now," he said. "The ones that guide, and the ones that remember." He smiled, eyes warm. "Now you must learn how to rest in between." Chapter 5: The Keeper of Morning Light, Part 2. The keeper's words lingered in the air long after he had spoken them, like the echo of a bell fading into the sea. The traveler stood beside him, the glass of the great lens still humming faintly, its rhythm pulsing through the floor. Outside, the morning had grown brighter. Sunlight spilled over the cliffs, spreading across the roofs of the harbor town and turning every window into a mirror of gold. The traveler felt it all, the warmth against their skin, the soft taste of salt in the air, the faint trembling of the tower in the wind. But beneath it ran another current, quieter, deeper, like the memory of something never quite spoken. The keeper poured another cup of tea, his movements slow and deliberate. Steam rose between them, curling like ghostly script. "You look as though you're listening," he said. "I think I am," the traveler replied. "To what, I'm not sure." The keeper smiled gently. "Then you're beginning to understand. Morning is not about waking. It's about remembering what the night tried to tell you." He set the cup down carefully, as if placing something sacred back in its place. The two stood in silence, watching the world below come to life. Fishermen began to move along the docks, their figures small and rhythmic against the shining sea. Children chased gulls between the nets, their laughter rising and falling with the waves. From this height, everything seemed softer, as though the noise of living had been wrapped in a layer of kindness. The traveler closed their eyes for a moment, breathing in the sound. It was no longer a single melody, but 1,000 tiny harmonies, woven together like the tide itself. And in that stillness, they felt something loosen inside, a knot of worry, a weight of waiting. The keeper turned toward them. "Do you know," he said, "why the sea looks blue even when the sky is gray?" The traveler shook their head. "It's because she remembers the color," he said. "She carries it from yesterday, and the day before that, and all the mornings before. Light may fade, but memory has its own brightness." He looked toward the horizon. "When I was younger, I used to believe my task was to keep the light alive. But that was only half of it. The other half." He paused, his eyes softening, "is to let it rest." The words fell over the traveler like rain. Gentle, steady, inevitable. To let it rest. They thought of the lanterns, drifting farther and farther until they became stars again. They thought of the faces in the glass, the ones smiling through the shimmer of memory. And they thought of themselves a wanderer carried by tides of light and time, never lost, only moving. The keeper's voice broke softly into their thoughts. "Would you like to see the harbor from above?" The traveler nodded. They climbed the final few steps to the narrow platform. Wind wrapped around them, cool and clean. Below, the sea stretched out like a living mirror. The harbor shone, boats glittering, waves folding gently, and far off, the faintest trace of lantern light still visible beneath the surface. The traveler leaned on the railing, eyes half closed. "It feels like the world is exhaling," they whispered. The keeper nodded. "She does that every morning. The night holds its breath. The dawn lets it go." For a while, neither spoke. The only sound was the wind, threading through the rails, soft as a lullaby. The traveler turned to him. "And you? Don't you ever rest?" He smiled. "I rest here," he said simply. "Between one beam of light and the next." He lifted his hand toward the great lens, and the morning sun caught it perfectly, a prism of brilliance spilling across the stones. It touched the traveler's face, warm and weightless. The light seemed to hum a sound both near and infinite. In that moment, the traveler felt themselves begin to drift. The tower, the sea, the world below all softened into one gentle glow. "Close your eyes," the keeper said quietly. "Let the light remember you." And they did. The wind became breath. The light became warmth. The hum became silence. It felt like floating, not falling asleep, but sinking into the heart of stillness itself. Time slipped sideways. The traveler could no longer tell whether they stood in the tower, or within the sea, or within the memory of both. They were simply there, present, and yet everywhere the light had ever touched. When they opened their eyes again, the keeper was smiling. "You felt it," he said. "That space between brightness and rest." The traveler nodded slowly. "It felt like peace. That's what the morning keeps," he said. "Not light. Not memory. Peace." He turned toward the stairs. "Come. The day has begun. Let it move without you for a while." The traveler followed, each step echoing like a heartbeat returning to calm. Outside, the harbor was alive again, bells ringing, sails unfolding, the day bright and kind. But to the traveler, everything seemed quieter than before, as if every sound carried an echo of the light that had once been night. They smiled faintly, the warmth of morning on their face. And for the first time, they did not feel the need to go anywhere at all. Chapter 6: The Whispering Shore Part 1. The afternoon came softly, without announcement or hurry. The harbor town shimmered beneath a veil of pale sunlight, the kind that seemed to rest rather than shine. Shadows stretched long and gentle across the cobblestones, and the sea beyond the breakwater breathed in its slow rhythm a whispering pulse, steady as sleep. The traveler wandered through the narrow lanes, their steps unhurried. Laundry swayed between wooden houses, and the scent of salt mixed with that of dried fish, tea, and the faint perfume of pine. Every sound felt softened, as though the air itself had grown drowsy. Even the gulls, usually wild and restless, circled lazily above the rooftops, their cries muted by distance. The traveler stopped at a small bench near the edge of the shore road. From there, they could see the entire curve of the bay. The lighthouse standing silent on its cliff, boats nodding in rhythm with the tide, and, far out, the endless shimmer of the horizon. They sat and let the wind wrap around them. It was warm, but carried a memory of coolness from the deep sea. Each gust seemed to say something not in words, but in the way it touched the skin and stirred the air. They closed their eyes. The sound of the waves deepened. And then they heard it, a murmur that was not quite sea, not quite wind, but something in between. It was like a voice. Faint, rhythmic, speaking in a language that belonged only to the afternoon. The traveler listened. At first, it was impossible to understand, just fragments carried between the waves. Do you remember? A pause. The light that never burned out. Another gust brushed against their cheek. The words dissolved into warmth. The traveler opened their eyes again, and the world looked slightly changed, as if distance had deepened, as if every sound came from farther away. The tide had risen a little. Foam traced soft lines along the sand. In the distance, children played near the shallows, their laughter rising and falling like wind chimes. But beneath it all, that murmur continued, a steady undercurrent of sound, half memory, half dream. A fisherman passed by, his straw hat tilted low. He nodded in greeting. "You hear it too, don't you?" he said. The traveler hesitated. "The wind?" He smiled without surprise. "Some call it that. Others say it's the shore itself speaking for those who went farther than the tide." His voice was rough but kind, like driftwood polished by years of waves. He looked out at the horizon, squinting into the haze. "When I was a boy," he continued, "my mother told me the sea never forgets a name. That's why, if you listen long enough, you'll hear someone calling yours." The traveler watched him go, his figure slowly swallowed by the shimmering light. The wind shifted again, lifting grains of sand that glowed as they spun. A name. The whisper came again, clearer this time. Not lost, only carried. The traveler's breath caught. They turned toward the water, but there was nothing there, only the glimmer of sunlight folding itself over the surface of the waves. Still, the sound lingered, not quite echo, not quite thought. It filled the space around them, like a presence without shape. They rose and began walking along the beach. Each step left a soft mark that the tide immediately erased. The rhythm of walking matched the seas, and soon it felt less like movement and more like drifting. Further along the shore, an old shrine stood partly hidden among rocks. Its torii gate was weathered, its red paint faded to the color of rust. But the small bell above it still shimmered in the sun, a single tone ringing each time the wind passed. The traveler stopped. The murmur seemed to grow louder near the shrine, a harmony of sea and bell, wind and silence. They bowed slightly, without knowing why. The voice returned, not from the air this time, but from within, soft, familiar, like the echo of a dream half remembered. "You're where you once were. And where will you be again?" The traveler's eyes filled with tears, though they did not know whose voice they heard, only that it felt like home, and like farewell, all at once. The sea breeze touched their face, cool and fragrant with salt. And as the sound faded into the hum of the tide, they felt something ease inside them, the same way sand settles after a wave. The bell above the shrine rang once more. A gull called in reply. Somewhere far out at sea, a boat horn sounded a single, low note that vibrated through the air like the heartbeat of the horizon itself. The traveler smiled faintly. The world was wide and wordless, and yet, somehow, it spoke. Chapter 6: The Whispering Shore, Part 2. Evening arrived as though it had been walking slowly all day, barefoot along the horizon. The light softened from gold to rose, then deepened into the muted blue that lived only between day and night. The traveler remained near the old shrine, watching the tide draw closer. The air was still warm, but the scent had changed, less of sun, more of salt and shadow. Each wave that came ashore brought a faint shimmer of light, as if carrying pieces of the day back to the sea. The bell above the gate swayed gently. Its tone no longer sounded like metal, but like a breath, slow, tender, unending. The traveler sat on the sand. The world around them felt slower, as if the hours themselves had grown drowsy. Far out at sea, the horizon blurred into the sky. There was no clear boundary anymore, only a seamless expanse of color and calm. They closed their eyes. The whisper came again, clearer than before, woven through the rhythm of waves. "Do you remember the promise of light?" The traveler breathed softly. "Yes," they whispered. "I saw it drift away." It didn't drift. It returned. A pause, like the stillness before a heartbeat. Everything that goes far enough becomes the sky again. The words dissolved into the sound of water. The traveler opened their eyes and the world had shifted. The beach, the shrine, the cliffs, all were still there, but veiled in a subtle glow, as though seen through glass. The sea itself had changed color, not blue, not gray, but something between, the color of deep breath and fading dreams. Shapes moved beneath the surface, soft outlines of lanterns, voices suspended like drifting pearls. And there, upon the mirrored tide, a figure was walking. The traveler rose. The sand beneath their feet felt cool, yet left no mark as they stepped forward. The figure grew clearer, neither young nor old, neither man nor woman, but familiar. Their movements were like the tide, measured, weightless, certain. When the traveler stopped, the figure did too. Between them, the sea stilled completely. Only the wind moved, a single long breath stretching from shore to horizon. "Who are you?" the traveler asked. The figure tilted their head slightly, smiling with eyes that shimmered like reflected light. "I am the one the wind carries." Their voice was soft, the same tone the traveler had heard all afternoon. "You've listened to me for a long time," the figure continued. "Even when you didn't know you were listening." The traveler's throat tightened. "I thought you were the sea. Sometimes I am. Sometimes I am what the sea remembers." They stepped closer. The waves did not part, they welcomed. "Why do you call my name?" the traveler asked. "Because you left it here," the figure said gently. "Long ago. Before you forgot the way back." The traveler felt their chest ache, not with sadness, but recognition. "I didn't know I had." Most don't. That's why the wind speaks, to remind you of the sound of your own name. The figure's hand lifted slightly, and for an instant, the traveler saw it. The lantern they had set afloat days before, still glowing, still drifting toward an unseen horizon. "It's still moving," they whispered. The figure smiled. "Because you are." A long silence followed. The waves whispered. The wind breathed. And then, softly, the figure began to fade. "Wait," the traveler said, stepping forward. "Where are you going?" "Nowhere. You're just waking." The traveler blinked. The colors began to dissolve, the sea, the shrine, the horizon, all melting back into the soft tones of dusk. "When you listen again," the voice said, "you'll find me in the quiet between waves." And when the wind calls your name, answer gently. The traveler opened their eyes. The evening was still. The shrine bell swayed one last time. The tide had reached their feet, cool and weightless. They looked out at the horizon, no figure now. No glow beneath the waves, only the faint trace of indigo spreading across the sea. They smiled faintly, as the wind touched their hair and whispered something only their heart understood. Then they closed their eyes once more, and for a moment, it was as if the entire shore exhaled. Chapter 7 Voices Across the Bay Part 1. Night came softly over the harbor town, like a blanket woven from indigo and wind. The lamps along the pier flickered to life one by one, each a trembling star in the darkening air. Boats rocked gently, their ropes creaking in a rhythm that felt almost like speech. The traveler walked slowly, hands in pockets, listening to the quiet language of the night. No footsteps echoed here. The world seemed to absorb every sound, as though the sea itself were holding its breath. Beyond the breakwater, waves folded into one another, their edges dissolving in silver. And far across the bay, the faint light of another town shimmered, a constellation reflected in the water. The traveler had heard stories of that far shore. Old fishermen spoke of voices that drifted from there on windless nights, voices of those who had gone too far to return, calling not in sorrow, but in song. They stopped at the end of the pier. The boards beneath their feet were smooth, polished by countless tides. Salt air touched their face like a hand, cool and familiar. And then, between the sighs of the sea, they heard it. It was faint, as if carried from a great distance, a note, a tone, a word that might not have been a word at all. They listened, eyes closed. The sound came again, clearer this time. "Can you hear us?" The traveler's breath caught. The voice was neither male nor female, but layered, like many whispers woven into one. The wind remembers. The water carries. The traveler spoke without meaning to. "Who are you?" There was no answer, only a change in the rhythm of the tide, as though the sea itself had turned to listen. A lantern floated past, its small flame trembling within a paper shell. It drifted toward the open water, leaving a trail of gold that faded almost instantly. The traveler knelt and touched the edge of the pier. The wood was damp and cool. They whispered, "Is this how the light finds you?" For a moment, the wind seemed to pause. Then softly, unmistakably came a reply. "Light never needs to be found. It only waits to be seen again." The traveler smiled faintly. The words felt like a lullaby, something from a childhood dream, half remembered, half invented. They sat down, legs dangling above the slow-moving water. Across the bay, the distant lights swayed in rhythm with the waves, as if breathing. The voices continued, never loud, never urgent, a tide of language that rose and fell with the sound of the sea. We were here before the wind had a name, and after the last wave folds, we will still be here. The shore is not the end. It is the pause between tides. The traveler let their head rest against the wooden railing. The scent of the sea iron, salt, dusk filled their lungs. Their eyelids grew heavy, and for the first time in a long while, they felt completely unafraid of sleep. The tide climbed higher, whispering along the beams of the pier. Somewhere nearby, a bell rang, not the bell of the shrine, but a smaller one, hung from the bow of a fishing boat. Its tone was fragile, almost human. Each ring seemed to echo the heartbeat of the water. And beneath it all, that voice soft as moonlight spoke again. The sea keeps no secrets. It only sings them in a language too slow for waking. Listen, and you'll know what it means to return. The traveler breathed out, their exhale blending with the wind. They could no longer tell where the sea ended, or where the sky began. The stars reflected below were so many that the world seemed to have two heavens. One above, one beneath, and between them, the quiet figure of a traveler, listening to eternity disguised as tide. Chapter 7 Voices Across the Bay Part 2. The night had grown full and deep. The tide was high now, reaching the barnacled stones at the base of the pier. Above, the sky was a soft indigo so dark it seemed to hold its own light. Stars shimmered like fragments of glass floating upon an unseen current. The traveler remained where they were, half sitting, half dreaming, the wood beneath them warm with the memory of the day's sun. The whispering had changed. It was no longer distant. It circled close, gentle as a hand brushing hair from a sleeping face. You are between breaths now, between the sea and the wind. Do not fear the quiet. The voice was softer than before, so close it seemed to come from within their chest. The traveler opened their eyes, but it was not the harbor they saw. It was another sky, a reflection perhaps, or a dream unfolding without edges. The stars here moved like waves, and the sea glowed faintly from below, as though the world had been turned upside down and was floating in its own reflection. They stood or thought they did. There was no ground beneath them, only light, and the slow rhythm of a pulse that might have been the tide. Ahead, faint silhouettes drifted. They looked like people, yet more like memories, soft outlines illuminated from within. Some carried lanterns, others simply walked, their steps soundless, their faces calm. The traveler felt no fear, only the sensation of being seen. One of the figures approached. Her hair moved like seaweed beneath water. Her eyes held the hue of a faraway dawn. "I've heard your name," she said quietly. "The wind carried it here before you arrived." The traveler tried to speak, but words dissolved before leaving their mouth. "You've crossed before," she continued. "Each time forgetting, each time remembering again through the sea." The traveler finally managed a whisper. "Is this death?" She smiled, the faintest curve of lips. "No, this is the tide's memory." The world around them shimmered. Lanterns rose slowly into the air, then vanished like bubbles. The woman extended her hand. Between her fingers drifted a small, luminous shell. "Take it," she said. "When you wake, you'll forget the sound of my voice, but not this." The traveler reached out. Their fingertips brushed the shell, cool, weightless, and in that instant, a sound filled their body. It wasn't a word, but the echo of one, the sound of their own name spoken by the sea itself. The light around them brightened, not blindingly, but with the warmth of something returning home. The figures began to fade, their forms becoming part of the glow. The woman's voice lingered the longest. "When the wind calls again, follow it without asking where it leads. Every shore is a beginning pretending to be an end." Then silence. The light folded inward, and the traveler felt themselves sinking slowly, softly as though falling through layers of sleep. They awoke to the sound of gentle rain. The pier was empty. The sea was calm. In their palm lay a seashell, pale and small, its inner surface gleaming faintly with blue. They listened, and though no one spoke, they heard the faintest echo within it. "The wind remembers." The traveler smiled, closed their hand around the shell, and looked across the bay. The distant lights were dimming now, their reflections blending with the stars above. Two skies, meeting in perfect stillness. And between them, a single breath, the traveler's own, carrying the quiet of the world into sleep. Chapter 8: The Still Harbor, Part 1. Before dawn, the harbor was quieter than silence itself. No waves broke. No wind stirred. The air seemed suspended, a held breath between night and morning. The lamps along the pier had burned low, their flames tiny and patient. Mist drifted in from the open sea, curling between the ropes and masts like smoke from a dream not yet finished. The traveler walked slowly, footsteps muffled by damp wood. Each step sent a faint ripple through puddles left by the tide, and the reflections trembled, as though the stars themselves had learned to breathe. The world was made of soft colors, gray, blue, and the faintest trace of pearl. It was the hour when the sky and the sea were impossible to tell apart. The travelers stopped near the edge of the water. Their reflection floated faintly, then dissolved as a ripple crossed it. Something in the stillness felt vast, like the pause before music begins again. They closed their eyes. The scent of salt and rain filled their lungs. For a long moment, they simply stood there, neither waiting, nor remembering, just being. When the first sound came, it was so small that it could have been imagined. A soft click of wood. A single droplet falling from a sail. Then, the faint creak of a mooring rope. The harbor was waking. From somewhere beyond the mist, a fisherman's voice called once, low and steady, not to anyone in particular, but to the morning itself. The traveler smiled. The sound felt ancient, like the first note of a song rediscovered after years of silence. The sky began to shift. At first, only a hint of bruise of violet easing into pale rose. Then, slowly, light unfurled across the water. The mist caught it, and for a moment, the entire harbor seemed to glow from within. Boats became silhouettes, then forms. The lighthouse reappeared on its cliff, its white walls damp with dew. And in that moment, everything that had been whispered and shadow became visible again, calm, ordinary, beautiful. The traveler sat at the end of the pier. Their palms rested flat against the boards, feeling the faint pulse of water beneath. The shell from the night before still lay in their pocket. They took it out, held it to their ear, and listened. No words this time, only the sound of the sea, quiet and endless. And yet, within that sound, they thought they could hear a single breath, familiar, steady, alive. A gentle rain began, so light it barely touched the skin. The droplets slid down the wooden posts, merging with the tide below. The traveler did not move. The world was moving for them. Every sound, rain, rope, gull, wave, came together like a slow exhale. They realized then that the silence of the harbor was not absence but peace. The kind of peace that follows understanding, not forgetting. The first boat pushed off from the dock. Its lantern swayed, casting a golden trail upon the gray-blue water. The fisherman aboard raised his hand in greeting. The traveler lifted theirs in return. No words passed between them, but both knew the sea had already said everything. As the boat drifted outward, its wake shimmered briefly in the morning light, then faded like a thought released. The clouds above thinned. The horizon blushed faintly with the promise of sun. A single beam of light slipped through, touching the surface of the water, then the traveler's face. They closed their eyes and smiled. The warmth was gentle, but real, the kind of warmth that reaches through dream and waking alike. All journeys begin again at the edge of stillness, the sea seemed to say. All endings are simply the tide, returning home. Chapter 8, The Still Harbor Part 2. The morning rose like a sigh. The mist, once thick and dreamlike, lifted in thin veils, revealing the harbor in all its quiet grace. The water gleamed with faint silver, rooftops glistened with dew. Somewhere, a temple bell rang once, its tone long and low, a sound that didn't mark time, but simply acknowledged it. The traveler stood at the water's edge, watching the sunlight spread like warmth from a hand. For the first time in many days, the sky was clear, pure blue, deepening into indigo near the horizon. It was a color that seemed to hum with memory. People had begun to stir. Doors slid open. A kettle clinked against a stove. A child's laughter rang faintly from a nearby lane. The town was waking, but gently, as though not to startle the day. The traveler turned from the pier and walked up the narrow path toward the hillside. The boards creaked beneath their shoes, the smell of seaweed and rain lingered in the air. They passed a small tea shop, its paper lantern still glowing faintly in the daylight. The owner bowed with a sleepy smile. "Leaving so soon?" The traveler returned the smile. For now. The path led higher, winding between pine trees heavy with moisture. Birds stirred above, their wings scattering droplets like tiny bells. When the traveler reached the ridge, they stopped. From there, the entire town lay below, a scatter of tiled roofs, the harbor opening to the sea like a deep breath. The tide glimmered faintly, mirroring the light that filled the sky. And in that still moment, the traveler felt something settle inside them, a quiet recognition, a release. They sat beneath a pine, took the small shell from their pocket, and placed it on the ground beside them. The shell caught the sunlight and reflected it in a narrow band across the traveler's hand. For a heartbeat, they thought they heard a faint echo, the same whisper from the night before. The wind remembers, and so do you. The traveler's eyes softened. They breathed deeply, and the air tasted like salt and beginning. Down below, a fishing boat cut across the water, its wake spreading in perfect arcs. The sound of the oars reached faintly up the hill, steady, human, real. The traveler stood, their shadow long and thin in the morning light. They bowed toward the sea, not as farewell, but as thanks. Then they turned inland, following a path that led between the trees, where the forest began to hum with birdsong and wind. Each step felt lighter than the last. The world was opening again, wide and waiting. As they walked, A breeze drifted in from the harbor, carrying the mingled scents of pine, salt, and sunlight. It brushed their cheek and whispered something small, almost inaudible but enough to make them pause and smile. Every tide returns. Every dream remembers its shore. The traveler closed their eyes. The warmth of the morning wrapped around them. The air shimmered faintly, and for an instant, they felt the harbor's stillness within their own heartbeat. Then they exhaled a long, easy breath and continued walking, until their figure disappeared into the light. The harbor remained behind, quiet and timeless. The waves moved gently against the stones. The lighthouse stood like a silent guardian of memory. And overhead, the indigo sky spread wider and wider, as if opening a door for the day to begin. The sea glittered. The wind rested. And for a moment, the whole world seemed to whisper the same word. Home. Epilogue under the indigo skies. The day was fading, though no one had noticed. It had been long and gentle, the kind of day that forgets to end. The harbor was quiet once more, the air warm and scented faintly of cedar and salt. Boats rested at anchor, their shadows stretching across the still water. And above it all, the sky deepened again, not to black, but to the soft, endless indigo that belonged only to this place. The traveler had returned to the pier. Their steps were slow, unhurried. It was the same path they had walked many times before, yet tonight it felt lighter, as though the earth itself had shifted closer to peace. The sea lay smooth as glass. Each ripple caught the dying light and scattered it into 100 silver threads. They could hear faint laughter from the town children calling from doorways, the clatter of dishes being washed, a low hum of a radio playing some old song. All of it wove together into something gentle and human, the sound of evening itself. They sat on the same bench by the water where, days ago, the wind had spoken first. The tide was low now, revealing dark stones slick with the memory of waves. A lantern hung nearby, its glow a pale gold halo against the deepening blue. The traveler leaned back, closed their eyes, and listened. The wind was there again, soft, steady, no longer whispering, but breathing alongside them. "You've come far enough," it seemed to say. "The sea knows you now." The traveler smiled faintly. They opened their hand. The small shell lay there, its surface catching the lantern light. When they brought it to their ear, there was no longer a voice, only a low hum, the pure sound of distance folded upon itself. Yet within that hum, something stirred, a warmth, a pulse, like a heart remembering another heartbeat. The stars appeared one by one. Each was a pinprick in the indigo vastness. but together they seemed alive, not distant fires, but quiet witnesses. The lighthouse began its slow rotation, sending a beam of pale light that swept across the water, across the town, and over the traveler. Every few moments, the world brightened and dimmed like breathing. A soft voice, or was it the wind, moved through the air beside them. You listened, and the world listened back. That's all it ever asks. Not to be understood, only heard. The traveler felt their eyes grow heavy. The horizon shimmered slightly, as though the line between sea and sky had been erased. The indigo above deepened, the indigo below answered, and for a moment, they were one color, a single sky folded in half. Somewhere, a bell rang twice. Not the temple's deep tone, but a smaller, higher chime, a sound from the harbor's edge. It echoed across the bay, bounced gently off the cliffs, and vanished into the night. The traveler rose slowly, walked to the very end of the pier, and looked out. The water was utterly still. Their reflection floated there, not sharp, but fluid, a part of the sea itself. They took a breath. It felt like their first one, and also their last. The air was cool now, but kind. Every scent, salt, pine, smoke, tea, seemed to blend into a single note of belonging. The traveler whispered, not to anyone, but to the moment. "Thank you." The sea replied with a faint, soft sigh, as if returning the same word. They closed their eyes. And in that instant, everything slowed. The waves beneath the pier moved once more, then settled. The air thickened, the stars burned a little brighter. The world, for a heartbeat, forgot to move. Then came the faint sound of wind, the same melody that had begun this journey. "You can rest now," it said. "The horizon remembers for you. Sleep beneath the indigo skies. You have already arrived." The traveler let go of the shell. It slipped silently into the water, sending a single ring outward, fading into nothing. They remained there, still as the sea, breathing with the rhythm of the tide. Above them, the lighthouse turned one last time. Its beam swept over the pier, across the waves, and then into the sky, where the stars accepted it, and kept it. The harbor slept. The sea dreamed. And the traveler, bathed in indigo, finally drifted beyond sound, beyond thought, beyond the need to wake. Only the faint shimmer of the tide remained, a reminder that somewhere, in the hush between waves, the world was still whispering. Rest. The sea remembers. Stillness beyond the snowy shoji. Prologue. The snow beyond the shoji. The train had long since left the city behind. Aki Morita sat by the window, her reflection trembling upon the glass as the world outside grew pale with snow. The rhythmic hum of the rails softened into something almost like breathing, slow, even tender. She had not spoken to anyone since she boarded. The other passengers were few, and all of them seemed absorbed in their own silence. Beyond the glass, mountains rose like folded paper, and the faint shapes of cedars stood against the whitening sky. Tokyo had disappeared hours ago, swallowed by its own noise. In its place remained only stillness and the soft, endless falling of snow. When the conductor announced the name of her stop, Aki blinked, as if waking from a long dream. The sound of her boots meeting the frozen platform was sharp at first, then disappeared beneath the snow. No one else stepped off the train. The doors closed, and the world was suddenly vast and empty. In front of her, a small wooden station, its roof heavy with white. A single light burned near the entrance, casting a faint halo on the snowflakes drifting through the air. Aki adjusted her scarf and exhaled, watching the mist of her breath dissolve into the cold night. She had not told anyone where she was going. Not her colleagues, not her mother. It wasn't a secret, it was simply a departure without destination. A need to stop the noise that had filled every corner of her life. Snow whispered beneath her steps as she walked toward the road. Somewhere in the distance, a temple bell sounded a low, resonant hum that rolled across the valley like a memory. That sound, she thought, is why I came here. The road wound gently downhill toward the town. Houses appeared gradually low, wooden, their windows glowing faintly through the snow. It was not a place built for spectacle, but for quiet living. A cat crossed the road, its fur dusted white. The only other sound was the distant creak of bamboo swaying in the wind. Aki followed the narrow path to the guest house marked on her small, handwritten note. The sign read Sugar and Temple Inn. A lantern hung at the gate, the paper shade damp with melting snow. She hesitated for a moment before sliding open the door. Warmth greeted her not from a heater, but from the faint scent of tea and wood. A woman in her 60s bowed gently from behind the counter. "Welcome. You must be Ms. Morita?" Her voice was soft, like snow landing on snow. Aki nodded, her own words caught somewhere between her heart and her throat. "Yes, I thank you." The train was delayed a little. The woman smiled. "That happens often here. The snow does as it pleases." She took Aki's bag and led her down a narrow hallway. The floorboards creaked pleasantly beneath their feet. They passed a small alcove where a branch of pine rested in a vase. The simplicity of it made Aki's chest ache, a beauty so quiet it almost hurt. Her room was small, with tatami floors and a low table set beside a shoji screen. Beyond the screen, faint light flickered, perhaps a lantern outside, or just the reflection of falling snow. The hostess placed a teapot on the table and bowed again. If you wake early, you can hear the morning bell from Seigenji Temple. It's quite close. Aki smiled, though her lips felt dry. I think that's why I came. Then, the woman said with a kind nod, you came to the right place. After she left, Aki sat quietly in the room. The walls seemed to breathe. The soft scent of tatami and roasted tea filled the air. She poured herself a cup, watching the steam rise, curl, and disappear like time itself. For the first time in months, she listened to nothing but her own heartbeat. The city had been a storm of clocks, meetings, and screens. Here, there was only the whisper of snow. She sipped her tea slowly, closing her eyes. When she opened them again, she noticed the shoji screen glowing faintly with white light. Curious, she slid it open. Outside, the garden lay under a thick blanket of snow. The pond had frozen, and the stones wore soft white caps. A single pine tree stood near the wall, its branches bending gracefully. Aki stepped out onto the wooden veranda, her socks brushing the cold wood. The night was utterly still. The snow absorbed every sound. Even her own breath seemed too loud. She knelt at the edge of the veranda and watched the snow fall slow, unhurried, endless. Each flake seemed to hesitate before landing, as if unsure whether to join the earth or remain suspended between heaven and silence. A faint memory stirred. Her grandmother's house, when she was small. The way the paper doors would glow when snow fell outside. How her grandmother would whisper, "Listen. Even snow has a voice." Aki closed her eyes and listened. At first, there was nothing. Then, beneath the nothing something gentle, rhythmic, like a heartbeat within the snow. Later that night, she wrote a few words in her notebook. I came here to remember how to be quiet. I came here because I forgot what silence sounded like. The ink bled slightly into the paper. She smiled faintly at that imperfection, gentle and alive. When she blew out the candle, the darkness was soft, not empty. She lay beneath the futon, the scent of clean cotton and wood surrounding her. Outside, the snow continued to fall, and beyond the shoji, a single lantern glowed faintly, its light wavering in the hush of winter. As her eyes grew heavy, she thought she could still hear it, that faraway temple bell. Resonating through the snow, a reminder that somewhere, time was still breathing. In the half-sleep between waking and dream, she imagined the world beyond the snowy Shoji town wrapped in white, temples asleep beneath their eaves, the slow drifting of smoke from unseen chimneys, and the endless, gentle hush of snow falling upon roofs, upon statues, upon forgotten paths. Each flake is a whisper. Each whisper is a breath. Each breath is a small return to peace. And within that stillness, Aki Morita finally began to rest. Chapter 1: The Sound of a Temple Bell. The morning light was pale, almost shy, filtering through the paper shoji like a memory of gold. Aki awoke to the faint sound of something resonant and deep, not a machine, not a city sound, but the slow breath of a temple bell rolling through the snow. For a long moment, she lay still, watching the ceiling beams blur softly in the quiet dawn. The futon was warm against the cold that clung to the air. Outside, snow had stopped falling, leaving behind a world held in perfect stillness. Gong. The bell sounded again, low and patient. It seemed to travel through the walls, through her chest, through time itself. Aki sat up slowly, her breath visible in the morning light. She reached for her notebook on the small table and wrote one line. The world moves, even when we think it's still. She smiled faintly. The thought didn't feel like hers, it felt given, whispered by the morning itself. She dressed in layers, wrapped a wool scarf around her neck, and slid open the shoji. Cold air flowed in like a wave, but it wasn't harsh, it was clean, alive. The garden from last night had transformed. The snow glittered faintly under the new sun, and the pine branches bowed as though in prayer. She stepped into her boots and walked out. The wooden veranda creaked under her weight, and the faint scent of smoke drifted through the air, somewhere from a distant chimney. The guest house was still asleep. Aki left a small note on the counter, "I'm going for a walk," and stepped outside. The road was blanketed in white, and as she walked, her footsteps made a sound that was half crunch, half sigh. Each step seemed to echo softly, then disappear into silence. The town was waking slowly. Paper lanterns still burned before the small shrines, and from one house came the faint clatter of someone preparing breakfast. Aki passed a narrow stream that ran under a layer of ice, its surface trembling faintly with the hidden current below. When the wind shifted, she heard the bell again, clearer now, guiding her through the maze of snowy alleys. The temple sat at the far edge of the town, where the ground rose gently toward the mountain. Stone steps led upward, half buried in snow, and flanking them were statues of Jizo, their red cloth bibs bright against the white world. Aki paused halfway up the steps, catching her breath. The sound of the bell came once more. Gong. It rolled over the rooftops and through the cedars, filling the air with a kind of weightless calm. By the time she reached the top, the bell had stopped. A monk in a simple brown robe stood beside the great bronze bell, his hands resting on the wooden beam that had just struck it. He turned slightly, acknowledging her presence with a small nod. "Good morning," Aki said softly, bowing. The monk returned the bow, his smile almost imperceptible. "Good morning. You must be from the inn down the hill." "Shigerin?" "Yes," Aki said, a little surprised. "How did you know?" "There are not many travelers in winter," he said. "And the snow carries footsteps." His voice was calm, steady, like the bell itself. He gestured toward a bench near the temple gate. "Would you like to sit for a while? The air is clearer after the bell." Aki hesitated only a moment before sitting. The wood was cold, but the view before her was vast. The whole town lay below, roofs softened by snow, smoke curling into the pale sky. "It's beautiful," she whispered. The monk nodded. "Beauty," he said, "is simply what remains when everything else has stopped moving." Aki turned the words over in her mind. She thought of the city, its constant motion, its endless need to become something else. Here, nothing seemed to need to change. The mountains were still. The snow was enough. After a while, the monk stood and brushed the snow from his robe. "Would you like to see the garden?" She followed him through a narrow walkway to a courtyard enclosed by wooden walls. Inside, the snow had settled evenly across the stones of a raked garden, lines and circles faint beneath the white, like the memory of waves. "It looks asleep," Aki said. "It is resting," the monk replied. "Even the garden breathes. The snow lets it dream." Aki crouched near the edge, her fingers brushing the wooden rail. For a moment, she imagined the stones breathing beneath the snow, slow, patient, waiting for spring. She felt something stir in her chest, something that wasn't sadness or happiness, but a quiet recognition that she, too, had been buried for a long time, waiting for her own thaw. When she finally left the temple, the sun was higher, and the snow had begun to glitter more brightly. A group of sparrows hopped along the wall, leaving tiny footprints behind them. On her way back through town, she passed a small shop selling incense and tea. The door was open, and warm air drifted out. Inside, shelves lined with clay jars, bamboo whisks, and packets of green tea. A woman about her mother's age stood behind the counter. Her hands were folded neatly, her expression gentle. "Good morning," she said. "You're visiting from the city?" Aki nodded. "Yes. just for a short stay. The woman poured her a cup of hot tea without asking. Please, warm yourself. The first snow of the year always chills the bones. Aki accepted the cup. The tea was slightly bitter, grassy, alive. It's from the fields near the temple, the woman said. The monks dry it themselves. It's said to clear the heart. Aki smiled softly. Does it? The woman shrugged. Only if you let it. They both laughed quietly, and for the first time in months, Aki's laughter did not feel like an effort. When she returned to Shiguren, the innkeeper was sweeping the snow from the steps. You found Seigen-ji, I think, the woman said knowingly. I did, Aki answered. The bell woke me. It wakes us all, the innkeeper said, smiling. Even those who think they are still asleep. Inside, warmth greeted her again. She took off her boots, placed them neatly by the door, and bowed to the small pine in the alcove. On the low table in her room, the teapot from last night still sat cold now, but the scent of roasted leaves lingered faintly in the air. Aki sat down, opened her notebook, and began to write. The bell doesn't ask to be heard. It rings, and the world remembers how to breathe. Outside, a single crow called once, and then the silence folded back over the town like a blanket. She closed her eyes. For the first time, she did not think about what she had left behind. The noise, the screens, the deadlines, they seemed like another life. All that remained was snow, tea, breath, and the echo of a bell that still lived somewhere within her chest. That evening, as dusk descended and lanterns began to glow across the town, Aki stood once more by the shoji. Beyond it, the world was turning blue, and the first flakes of a new snowfall drifted silently through the air. She pressed her hand lightly to the paper, feeling the faint coolness of the world beyond. Gong. The bell rang again, distant but unmistakable. Aki closed her eyes, breathed deeply, and in that moment, she realized that silence was not the absence of sound, it was the presence of peace. Chapter 2 Footprints across tatami. The first light of morning filtered softly through the shoji. Aki awoke to the muted chirping of birds, their tiny calls muffled by snow. The room smelled faintly of tatami and incense, a quiet, earthy aroma that seemed to anchor her to the present. She rose slowly, mindful of the cold wooden floor beneath her feet. Her movements were careful, deliberate, as if each step could disturb the delicate balance of the day. The futon was folded neatly beside the wall, the blankets stacked like small clouds waiting for the next night. Aki walked across the tatami, listening to the soft sound her socks made against the straw. The rhythm was subtle, almost like a heartbeat, steady, slow, comforting. In this small space, she felt both weightless and grounded. Each step was a reminder she was here, now, in the quiet. Breakfast was served in the communal hall of Shigerin. A low wooden table, set with a simple tray of rice, pickles, and miso soup, awaited her. The other guests were few. A man who read quietly, a woman arranging tea leaves in a small bowl. No one spoke loudly. There was no hurry. Aki sat cross-legged and inhaled deeply. Steam rose from the miso soup, carrying the faint aroma of seaweed and soy. She took her first spoonful slowly, savoring the warmth that spread through her chest. Outside, the snow had deepened overnight. Footprints crisscrossed the path from the inn to the temple, leaving small indentations that the wind had already begun to soften. She finished her meal and folded her tray carefully, appreciating the precision and calm of the simple act. The innkeeper nodded to her. "Today, you might explore the paths behind the temple," she said. "They are quiet this time of year. You may even hear the river beneath the ice." Aki smiled faintly. She didn't need to be told twice. The idea of following the unseen river, hidden beneath winter's surface, filled her with a quiet anticipation. She dressed in layers again, wrapping a thick scarf around her neck and slipping into her boots. The snow crunched softly beneath her steps as she left the inn. The morning air was crisp, and each breath seemed to carry clarity with it. The town was waking slowly, smoke spiraling from chimneys, faint movement behind frosted windows, but the rhythm was unhurried, gentle, almost ceremonial. The path behind the temple wound through bamboo groves and over small stone bridges. Aki noticed how each step altered the snow, leaving her own footprints beside the ghostly impressions of sparrows and small animals. She walked with reverence, careful not to disturb the delicate patterns left by winter's creatures. The sound of her steps became a kind of meditation. Step pause breathe, each movement aligned with the faint ringing of the temple bell from the previous day, now distant but lingering in her memory. She came to a small clearing where the snow had collected in soft drifts around a cluster of moss-covered stones. The scene was frozen in time, a painting of winter, still and alive. A single crow landed on a branch above, cocking its head as if to regard her, then took flight with a whisper of wings. Aki knelt beside the stones, brushing snow gently away from their surfaces. Her fingers traced the rough texture of moss beneath the white, discovering life where everything seemed still. It was then she noticed the faint line of a footpath, half buried by snow, leading deeper into the grove. Following it, she came to the side of the frozen stream. Thin sheets of ice covered the water, but beneath, she could hear a low murmur. The river flowed quietly, unseen but persistent, like a secret heartbeat. She rested her hand on a smooth stone at the edge, feeling the cold and the life that persisted beneath. "I almost forgot you were here," she whispered to the river. It seemed to reply with a soft gurgle, a sound only she could hear. When she returned to the inn, the hall was empty, save for the quiet presence of the innkeeper arranging fresh flowers. Aki walked across the tatami, leaving faint impressions of her socks on the straw. It occurred to her that even such small traces so easily erased were a form of existence. Footprints in snow, the soft mark of a body on tatami, the curl of steam rising from tea, all of them spoke of life, fleeting yet undeniable. She sat by the low table, warming her hands with a cup of green tea, and wrote in her notebook. The snow records each footstep, each pause, each breath. Even the quiet remembers. The words felt alive, vibrating softly under her pen. She drank the tea slowly, feeling the warmth spread, and for the first time, she noticed the rhythm of her own heartbeat, slow and steady. Outside, the sky had turned a soft shade of gray-blue, and more snow began to drift down, tiny flakes shimmering against the rooftops. Aki opened the window slightly, letting the cold air mingle with the warmth inside. The contrast made her lungs feel wide, her chest open. It was a reminder that life moved in layers inside and outside, warmth and cold, stillness and motion. That afternoon, she explored the back paths of the inn, discovering small shrines tucked into corners, stone lanterns half buried in snow, and a solitary pine whose branches stretched gracefully over a quiet pond. Each step she took across the wooden walkways, the gravel paths, the frozen moss felt like a careful negotiation with the world. Nothing was hurried. Nothing demanded her. She learned, almost instinctively, to move lightly, to notice the smallest detail, the shadow. A branch cast, the way light refracted on snow, the soft creak of bamboo. She returned to the inn at sunset, her boots dusted with snow, her cheeks pink from the cold. The innkeeper greeted her silently, placing a small cup of roasted tea on the table. Aki sipped it slowly, closing her eyes, letting the warmth seep into her bones. "I am here. I am walking. I am breathing. I am noticing." The footprints across tatami, the soft creak of wooden floors, the subtle mark of her presence in a quiet world, all of it reminded her that she existed, quietly, peacefully, without the noise of the city pressing down. And that night, as she lay beneath her futon, listening to the wind whisper through bamboo, she dreamed not of deadlines or screens, but of footprints in snow, and the soft, patient flow of the river beneath the ice. For the first time in months, sleep came without struggle. And with it, a sense of belonging, small, simple, profound. Chapter 3: Tea, Steam, and Silence. The morning unfolded slowly. Aki awoke to the soft gray light filtering through the shoji, snow still blanketing the town outside. The world felt muted, as if colors themselves had softened to match the hush of winter. She rose from the futon, careful not to disturb its neat folds, and wrapped herself in a warm wool shawl. The wooden floor beneath her feet creaked softly, a gentle reminder that she was moving in a living space, not merely passing through it. In the small kitchen of the inn, the innkeeper was already tending to a pot of water over a quiet flame. Steam rose and curled, catching the light in delicate threads. Aki approached, drawn by the ritual unfolding in silence. "Would you like to make tea with me?" the innkeeper asked. Her hands were steady, precise, and every motion seemed infused with care. Aki nodded, eager yet tentative. She had made tea countless times in the city, but never like this, never with such intention, such reverence. The teapot was small, rounded, and warm from the water it had held. The cups were simple clay, each one slightly different in shape and color, as if they carried their own stories. The innkeeper measured the tea leaves with careful fingers, placing them gently into the pot. Aki mirrored the motion, feeling the soft texture of the leaves between her fingers. Water poured into the pot with a quiet hiss, and steam rose like a gentle spirit into the cold morning air. Aki inhaled deeply. The scent was earthy, grassy, alive. It was as if she could taste the fields, the soil, the frost-covered earth from which the leaves had been gathered. The innkeeper placed a small cloth beside the teapot, folded it neatly, and gestured for Aki to hold the cup. She did, feeling the warmth seep into her palms. Every sense seemed magnified, the faint scent of the tea, the texture of the clay, the rising steam, the distant sound of wind against the roof, the soft echo of snow settling outside. Aki drank slowly, letting each sip roll through her mouth and chest, warming her from within. The bitterness was gentle, comforting. The tea seemed to whisper, "Be here. Be patient. Be still." After the tea, they sat quietly together, the silence deepening, yet never empty. It was a silence rich with presence, the quiet of falling snow, of water moving unseen beneath ice, of breath, slow and deliberate. Aki observed her hands cupped around the warm cup. They seemed smaller somehow, softened by the stillness. She watched the steam rise, twisting and curling, and noticed how it vanished into the air, leaving only warmth, only memory. The innkeeper broke the silence softly. "Tea is not only for drinking," she said. "It is a way to notice the world, to taste time itself." Aki nodded, though the words felt like they had always been known. She closed her eyes and remembered her own hurried mornings in Tokyo, coffee gulped while scrolling screens, paper scattered, phone buzzing endlessly. Nothing had been tasted. Nothing had been noticed. Here, every sip was a meditation, every breath a rhythm, every movement a small act of care. Later, Aki carried her cup to the veranda. Snow had begun to drift again, thin and light, and the garden below glimmered faintly under the soft light. She set the cup on the low wooden railing, careful not to spill a drop. The wind was quiet, barely brushing the pine branches. A single sparrow hopped along the edge of the roof, its tiny feet leaving prints that would vanish in minutes. Aki inhaled deeply, letting the cold and warmth mingle inside her chest. She thought of the leaves in the teapot, the river beneath the ice, the footsteps across tatami, all of them connected, all of them quiet, persistent, alive. The bell from Seigan-ji rang faintly in the distance, a gentle pulse that carried across the snowy town. Aki listened, sipping her tea, feeling the rhythm of something eternal, something beyond herself yet present in every small act of being. In the afternoon, the innkeeper taught Aki to whisk the tea properly. The motion was small but precise, a rotation of the wrist, a gentle lift and drop of the whisk. A froth formed atop the green liquid, delicate as snow on pine. Aki's hands moved carefully, guided by both instruction and instinct. She discovered a strange pleasure in repetition, in the slow accumulation of skill. With each stir, she became more aware of herself, more attuned to the room, the air, the light, the faint creak of floorboards beneath them. "Notice the steam," the innkeeper said. "Notice the cup. Notice your own breath. This is how tea becomes more than tea." Aki closed her eyes, letting the words sink in. She tasted the tea again, letting it roll across her tongue, letting it anchor her to the present. It was a small ritual, but profound. Each cup, each breath, each moment of attention became a bridge from the past, from the noise, the hurry. The endless demands to a place of clarity, of stillness, of quiet life. As evening fell, Aki prepared for the night. The inn's lanterns glowed softly, casting long shadows across the tatami. She poured a final cup of tea and carried it to the window. Outside, snow had begun to accumulate again, muffling the world beneath a gentle white. She held the cup close, feeling warmth radiate into her fingers, into her chest, into her mind. The world beyond the window seemed slow, measured, deliberate. She thought of her footsteps in the garden, the sound of the stream beneath ice, the bell that had woken her this morning, and the care poured into each movement of tea-making. Aki felt a soft joy rise, quiet and unhurried, a joy not from achievement, but from attention, presence, and care. She wrote in her notebook as the snow continued to fall. The tea remembers the water, the leaves, the hands that touch it. And I remember to be here, now, fully alive. The warmth lingered as she set the cup aside and lay down beneath the futon. Outside, the wind rustled faintly through bamboo, and the garden slept beneath the snow. The quiet was complete. Not empty, not lonely, but full of presence. And as she drifted into sleep, Aki realized that even the smallest act, a cup of tea, a breath, a stir of leaves was enough to anchor her in the world, to awaken her to the gentle, persistent life of the present. Chapter 4: The River Beneath the Frost. The morning arrived quietly, almost unnoticed. Aki woke to a world softened by fresh snow. The roofs glimmered faintly, and the footprints of early risers were quickly swallowed by the drift. She dressed in layers, the chill of winter seeping into her bones, and stepped outside. The air was crisp, fragrant with the scent of pine and frozen earth. Each breath she took felt like a small renewal, a gentle cleansing of the city's dust that still lingered inside her. Today, she intended to walk to the river. A path led behind the temple, winding through bamboo groves and over snow-laden bridges. It was a familiar journey by now, yet every step revealed something new: a curve of frost on a branch, a tiny bird frozen in place before flitting away. The sound of her boots on snow became a rhythm, steady and soft. Step, pause, listen. The world seemed to inhale with her, filling itself with stillness. The river was visible a short distance from the path, its surface hidden beneath a fragile sheet of ice. Yet she could hear its soft murmurs, a low, persistent gurgle that spoke of life continuing quietly, unseen. The sound was hypnotic, a subtle melody beneath the silence of winter. Aki knelt beside the bank, careful not to disturb the delicate snow. She traced a finger along the icy edge, feeling the chill, the resistance, the hidden motion beneath. The river flowed, unseen but relentless, beneath its frozen layer. She closed her eyes and imagined its path bending, tumbling, moving steadily toward some distant sea. She thought of her own life in Tokyo, how much had been frozen, how much had moved unseen beneath the surface. Deadlines, meetings, noise they had masked the gentle current of her own heart. Here, beside the river, she could sense it again. A crow cawed in the distance, startling a small group of sparrows that took flight in a soft flutter. The motion drew her attention back to the moment, to the present. The snow reflected faint light, silvering the edges of every branch, every stone. Aki felt herself breathe in sync with the river, slow, patient, aware. She picked up a small stone and dropped it onto the ice. It clinked and slid across the frozen surface, sending tiny cracks branching outward, delicate as frost patterns on a window. The sound echoed faintly beneath the snow. Aki smiled, noticing how even a small act could disturb a world without destroying it, how motion and stillness could coexist. She walked along the river bank, leaving footprints beside the ice. The path was narrow, bordered by bamboo and scattered rocks, and the snow muffled each sound. She imagined the water beneath, flowing steadily, unseen, carrying leaves, fallen snow, perhaps small fish, all moving along their quiet course. Aki paused beneath a pine that leaned over the river, its branches heavy with snow. A single icicle hung from the tip, catching the pale light. She reached up and let it touch her fingers, marveling at the fragile tension of ice and gravity. How something so delicate could exist in balance with so much weight. She closed her eyes and listened. The river spoke softly, a constant hum beneath the frost. It reminded her that life continues, quietly and persistently, even when covered, even when unseen, even when the world seems frozen. Later, she found a small bench near a bend in the river. She sat, pulling her shawl tightly around her shoulders. Steam rose from her breath and mingled with the cold morning air. She wrote in her notebook, her pen moving slowly, deliberately. Even beneath the frost, the river flows. Even when life seems frozen, it moves quietly, unseen. The words resonated softly, matching the rhythm of the water, the snow, and the wind. She watched a fallen leaf trapped in the ice. It wavered slightly as the water beneath nudged it ever so gently, reminding her that nothing remains truly still, that, even in apparent stillness, movement persists. By midday, the sun broke through faint clouds, casting pale light across the frozen river. Aki's footprints marked her passage, but they too would vanish as snow drifted down again. She thought of impermanence, the transient nature of all things, and felt no sadness. Instead, a quiet acceptance, a gentle awe. She walked back toward the inn slowly, savoring each sound, each texture. The crunch of snow under her boots, the faint hum of the river beneath the ice. The whisper of wind in bamboo, all seemed like threads weaving a tapestry of winter life. Back in her room, Aki took off her boots and placed them neatly by the door. She knelt on the tatami and pressed her palms together in a silent bow. The river, the snow, the frost, and the quiet heartbeat of the town all were part of her now. She poured a cup of tea, warmed her hands around it, and sat by the window. Outside, the snow drifted down in slow, endless sheets. The world felt both immense and intimate, a place where every sound and every pause carried meaning. "I am like the river beneath the frost," she wrote. "Moving, even when no one sees. Flowing, even in stillness." That evening, the temple bell rang again, deep and resonant. Aki closed her eyes and felt it vibrate through her chest, through the air, through the snow. She knew, somehow, that she was part of that flow, and for the first time in months, she felt entirely at peace. The river beneath the frost continued its quiet journey, and so did she, slowly, deliberately, in rhythm with the world around her. Chapter 5 Letters Never Sent. The snow fell softly that morning, each flake landing without a sound, covering the town in a blanket of white that seemed to absorb every memory and every thought. Aki awoke slowly, her mind still half lost in dreams. The faint gray light filtered through the shoji, painting the room in delicate shades. She stretched, noticing how quiet the inn had become, how the air itself seemed to pause in winter's embrace. After dressing and stepping quietly across the tatami, she poured herself a cup of tea, letting the warmth seep into her hands and chest. The innkeeper had already begun sweeping the entrance, the gentle swish of the broom against snowed-over stone carrying a rhythmic calm. Aki settled near the window, looking out at the garden, but her gaze drifted inward, past the snow, past the morning light, to letters she had written long ago. Letters were never sent. Words penned but never spoken. Thoughts folded carefully into envelopes, waiting for a recipient who never came. She remembered the small notebook she had carried for years, tucked into the city bag she had left behind. Its pages held inked confessions, apologies, expressions of love and regret, and beneath each line, a faint trembling of her own hesitation. She had never sent them. She had never dared. In the quiet of this snowbound town, she finally allowed herself to read one. "I wish I could tell you that I am tired and that I need to leave the noise for a while. I wish you could understand the weight I carry every day." Aki closed her eyes. The words had been written years ago, when she was younger, braver in ink yet hesitant in voice. Now, in the stillness of shigorin, the ink seemed to speak to her again, not as regret, but as a gentle reminder feelings exist. Even if unshared, and sometimes acknowledgement alone is enough. She reached for another page. I love you, but I cannot stay. I hope one day you will forgive the silence I left behind. The letters pressed a soft ache into her chest. The city had demanded she run, demanded she hide her heart behind walls of work and expectation. Here, surrounded by snow and the patient presence of the temple, she felt she could finally let these words rest. Aki decided to walk to the small garden behind the inn, carrying the memory of the letters with her as one carries a fragile object. The snow crunched softly under her boots, each step deliberate, careful. The wind was mild, brushing her scarf against her cheek, and she inhaled deeply, feeling the crisp air enter her lungs, cleansing her thoughts. The garden was quiet, its stone paths muffled under the fresh snow. Lanterns stood half-buried, casting faint shadows across raked lines in the gravel. A single pine bent gracefully over the edge of the pond, its reflection caught in the frozen water. Aki knelt beside it, resting her hands lightly on a stone. Imagining the water beneath the ice still flowing, like her own unspoken words, still alive beneath the surface. She whispered, as if addressing the letters themselves, I see you. I hear you. You are not lost. The act, though small, carried a weight that lifted something inside her. Years of hesitation, of withheld confessions, seemed to soften. She realized that letters, though unsent, could be a form of release, a bridge between past and present, between silence and acknowledgement. Returning to the inn, Aki carried a sense of quiet closure. She placed her notebook carefully on the low table, not to send, not to discard, but simply to honor the thoughts and feelings it contained. She poured another cup of tea, letting the steam rise and mingle with the cold air, and sipped slowly. Listening to the faint creak of floorboards and the distant murmur of wind through bamboo. Outside, the snow continued to fall in delicate patterns, each flake a fleeting note in the music of winter. She imagined them landing softly on the letters she had written years ago, covering them with gentle acceptance. Aki thought of the people she had loved, the words she had withheld, and felt no bitterness, no regret, only a quiet gratitude. She had carried them this far. Now, in this serene temple town, she could let them exist, like leaves floating on a frozen river, unseen but steady in their course. That afternoon, she wandered through the temple paths again. The snow reflected pale light across the moss-covered stones and stone lanterns. Every detail seemed alive: a branch bent under the weight of frost, a crow perched silently, observing her movements, the faint hum of the river beneath the ice in the distance. Each step was mindful, deliberate. Her footprints traced her journey, temporary yet meaningful. She paused at a small shrine tucked behind a grove of bamboo. It was simple, unadorned, yet felt sacred. Aki bowed slightly, letting the wind carry her unspoken thoughts into the space. I am here. I remember. I acknowledge. Even without sending the letters, she felt a shift inside herself, an acceptance that words, once formed, could exist without expectation, and that letting them breathe quietly was enough. As evening approached, the inn's lanterns glowed softly through the windows. Aki returned to her room, carrying a small bundle of snow on her gloves and shoes. She knelt by the shoji, tea in hand, watching the snow fall silently outside. The garden and the pond glimmered faintly in the dim light, and the memory of the letters seemed to rest on the surface, gentle and unobtrusive. She wrote a final line in her notebook that evening. The words are mine, the silence is mine, and both are enough. The room grew still. Even the wind seemed to pause, listening. The snow continued to fall, the lanterns glowed softly, and the distant temple bell rang faintly. Aki lay down beneath the futon, letting the quiet wash over her, and for the first time in years, she felt the weight of unspoken words ease from her chest. The night carried her into sleep, and in her dreams, the letters drifted gently on the river beneath the frost, moving steadily, unseen, but alive, as she herself drifted with them, finally unburdened, finally at peace. Chapter 6: Lanterns along the path. The town of Shigur and transformed at night. Snow reflected the faint glow of lanterns, each one like a soft heartbeat scattered across quiet streets. Aki wrapped her shawl tightly around her shoulders and stepped outside, feeling the crisp winter air brush her cheeks and awaken her senses. The evening was silent, yet alive. The sound of snow settling, the faint murmur of a distant river, the occasional rustle of a bamboo bird all became a part of the rhythm of the town. Aki followed the path leading from the inn toward the central temple. The lanterns, lined along the street and swaying gently in the wind, cast a golden glow on the snow, painting each step in warmth and light. Her own footprints trailed behind her, soon softened by drifting snowflakes. She paused to watch a small family returning from the market. A child ran ahead, leaving tiny tracks, while the parents moved slowly, balancing baskets filled with vegetables and firewood. Aki felt a quiet swell of connection. Even in winter's stillness, life continued, carefully, patiently, beautifully. The lanterns guided her further, toward the curve of the main street, where stone steps led up to the temple gate. Each lantern seemed to hum with its own subtle presence. The flicker of flame reflected in her eyes and in the snow beneath. A solitary figure swept the street near a small shrine. The rhythm of broom against stone, soft yet deliberate, echoed faintly across the snow, a human heartbeat in harmony with the town's quiet pulse. Aki watched, absorbing the grace in these ordinary gestures. At the temple gate, she paused, noticing how the lantern light softened the shadows of the eaves. The bronze bell above the entrance glimmered faintly in the snow, its surface muted under frost. A monk stepped quietly along the path, bowing slightly to each lantern as he passed. Aki greeted him softly. "Good evening," she whispered. He nodded in acknowledgement, his expression serene. "The lanterns guide more than travelers," he said. "They remind us to see the small, quiet lives unfolding all around us." Aki followed the path along the temple grounds. Watching the snow drift over stone statues, their features softened beneath the white, yet somehow more alive in the gentle illumination. She noticed the footprints of animals, a fox, perhaps, or a small dog, trailing along the edges of the courtyard. Even though they seemed guided by the lanterns, their movements were careful, deliberate, and harmonious. She wandered down a narrow alley, lanterns hanging along wooden eaves, casting a soft glow on papered windows and sliding doors. Inside, she glimpsed small scenes of domestic life, a woman kneeling beside a steaming pot, a man reading quietly at a low table, children huddled under blankets, eyes wide with fascination at the dancing flame of a candle. Aki felt a warm pull in her chest. Life persisted here, quietly and fully, each moment attended to with a care she had long forgotten in the city. She paused at a small bridge over a frozen stream. The lanterns lined its edges, their reflection shimmering faintly on the ice below. A gust of wind swept through, carrying a hint of pine and the faint aroma of roasted tea. Aki inhaled, letting the scents and sights fill her, each sense attuned to the quiet music of the night. Further along the path, she discovered a row of lanterns placed beside a small cemetery. The snow had covered the gravestones in gentle drifts, and the soft glow illuminated names and dates, fragile traces of lives once lived. Aki knelt for a moment, bowing her head. She imagined the lives that had passed here quietly and felt a deep connection with the continuity of existence. Even in silence, even in stillness, the heart of the town and of life itself beat steadily. She rose slowly, noticing how her own presence left a subtle trace in the snow. Footprints, brief and impermanent, yet undeniably hers. A small reminder that even the quietest movement leaves its mark, and even the softest light casts shadows. The path eventually curved back toward the inn. Snow drifted lightly around her, and the lanterns illuminated her steps like old friends. A fox darted across the road, its footprints merging with hers, a reminder of the hidden lives moving through the same quiet world. When she returned, the innkeeper was lighting the final lantern by the entrance. The soft glow spilled onto the snow, welcoming her back. Aki removed her boots carefully and stepped across the tatami, leaving a trace of her presence in the straw. She poured a cup of tea, letting the warmth fill her hands and chest. The world outside was muffled, softened by snow, yet alive with the glow of lanterns and the distant bell of the temple. She wrote in her notebook, the words flowing slowly, deliberately. Light guides us not to escape the darkness, but to notice the quiet lives that exist within it. Even in silence, there is warmth. Even in stillness, there is motion. The lanterns outside continued to glow, soft and unassuming. The night deepened, but it carried no loneliness. It carried presence, care, continuity, the slow, persistent heartbeat of the town. Aki sat quietly, finishing her tea, and felt the weight of the day settle gently into her chest. Each step she had taken, each footprint in the snow, each moment of attention to light. And life had reminded her of the simple truth she had begun to reclaim: she belonged, fully and quietly, in this world of snow, tea, lanterns, and slow, deliberate breath. That night, she lay beneath the futon, listening to the snow drifting softly onto the roof. The lanterns outside glimmered faintly through the shoji, their glow mingling with the residual light of the temple bell in her memory. She closed her eyes, letting herself drift, carried by the soft rhythm of life in the town, and for the first time in a long while, she felt completely awake within the quiet, completely at home in the stillness. Chapter 7: Winter Gardens and Whispering Pines. The morning was pale, fragile, and quiet. Snow had settled thickly overnight, muting every sound, softening every edge of the town. Aki wrapped herself in layers, pulled her shawl tight, and stepped across the wooden floor of her room. The tatami beneath her feet felt cool, comforting in its familiarity, grounding her to the present. Outside, the inn's garden stretched in pristine whiteness. Pine branches bent under the weight of snow, each needle outlined in delicate frost. Garden stones, raked carefully before the storm, were now softened, barely visible beneath drifting layers. Aki inhaled, savoring the scent of cold earth, pine, and snow, a perfume of quiet life. She walked slowly across the garden paths, her boots making soft indentations in the snow. Each step was deliberate, a careful negotiation with the frozen world beneath her. She noticed the subtle sound of snow shifting under the weight of branches, the faint creak of a pine as it swayed in the gentle wind. A single crow landed on a distant branch, its feathers dusted with white. Aki paused, watching it for a long moment. Even in its stillness, it seemed to embody life, aware, alert, present. She thought of her own movement through the garden, cautious, deliberate, yet full of quiet intention. The temple gardener had placed small lanterns along the moss-covered stones, their glow muted by snow but still warm and inviting. Aki knelt beside one of the stones, brushing a layer of snow lightly away. The moss beneath was vivid, dark green, alive beneath the cold white covering. She traced it gently with her fingers, marveling at how life persisted quietly, hidden but real. Above, the pines whispered in the wind, their branches brushing together with faint, susurrant notes, like voices carried from the past, like secrets shared only with those who listened closely. Aki closed her eyes and imagined the garden speaking to her, telling stories of seasons, of caretakers, of the cycles of life and stillness. She felt the faint rhythm of the earth beneath her feet, the subtle pulse of time passing, unseen yet undeniable. She wandered to the edge of the pond, frozen over with a thin layer of ice. The lanterns reflected in the surface, slightly distorted by the frost. Her breath fogged in the cold air, curling upward like a small ghost. She knelt and lightly pressed her hand against the ice, imagining the water beneath, moving, flowing silently like the river she had walked by days ago. Footsteps from small animals, perhaps foxes or cats, traced patterns across the snow near the pond. Aki bent to examine them, noticing the grace in their arcs and lines. Each movement, she realized, left its mark, however fleeting, on the quiet world. Even in stillness, the garden was alive, responding to the wind, the snow, the animals, and the humans who moved carefully within it. The garden's stones and pines seemed to speak of patience. Each pine had grown slowly over decades, bending yet never breaking. Each stone had been placed centuries ago, enduring wind, rain, and snow, becoming part of a landscape larger than any one visitor. Aki felt herself shrinking into the rhythm of the garden. She walked along the stone path, hands brushing lightly over the tops of lanterns, noticing how frost glimmered. Where light touched, how shadows fell softly over snowdrifts, how even silence had texture, weight, and sound. At the heart of the garden, she found a small stone basin, the water beneath frozen but smooth and glassy. She knelt, dipping a gloved hand just above the ice, feeling the cold radiate gently, and realized that this garden, like the town itself, was a teacher. Every detail, every gesture, every frozen ripple spoke of life's quiet persistence and the importance of walking carefully, attentively, through one's own days. Aki wandered further, discovering a secluded grove of pines. Snow-laden branches arched overhead, forming a soft tunnel that seemed to hush even the wind. She paused in the center, letting the snow fall lightly on her shoulders, and listened to the whisper of pine needles and the faint crunch of her boots. She thought of the letters she had read, the footsteps across tatami, the river beneath the frost, and realized they were connected threads woven into the same quiet tapestry of being. The garden, the town, the temple, the river, they were all part of the same pulse, the same gentle insistence of life, even under snow and ice. Aki knelt beside a small pine, placing her palm against its trunk. The bark was rough, yet warm beneath her glove. She whispered, as if to the tree itself, "I am here. I notice. I am part of this world, quietly, fully." The wind shifted slightly, rustling the branches overhead, and Aki imagined it as an answer, a gentle acknowledgement from the garden itself. She walked back slowly toward the inn, pausing to admire each scene one last time. Footprints marked her passage across the snow, ephemeral traces of presence in a living landscape. She carried with her the quiet knowledge that attention itself was a form of care, that presence, however small, mattered in the rhythm of life. Back in her room, Aki removed her boots and knelt beside the low table. The tatami felt soft beneath her knees, the warmth of the room embracing her. She poured a cup of tea, letting the steam rise, curling gently around her face, and wrote in her notebook. The pines whisper, the stones endure, and the snow listens. I walk carefully, because the world notices. Outside, the snow continued to fall, and the lanterns lining the garden glimmered faintly through the shoji. The night was deep, but alive with quiet presence. Aki sipped her tea, letting the warmth fill her chest, and felt the deep satisfaction of a day lived fully, attentively, in quiet communion with the world. That night, as she lay beneath the futon, listening to the faint rustle of pine branches in the wind, Aki felt the garden's rhythm inside her own heartbeat. Snow fell outside, silent yet full of life, and she drifted into sleep, carried by the whispers of pines and the enduring presence of stones. Chapter 8: The Hidden River Garden. The sun was low, casting pale light across the snow-covered town. Aki wrapped her scarf more tightly and set out along a narrow path she had not noticed before. The air was crisp, each breath curling into small clouds before disappearing into the quiet. The path wound between bamboo groves and over small wooden bridges, leading her to a secluded area she had never explored. There, she found a hidden river garden almost entirely veiled by snow and pine branches. It seemed untouched, a secret held in stillness. She paused at the entrance, observing the delicate balance of the garden stones dusted with snow. Moss peeking through, and the river's surface faintly glittering beneath thin ice. Even the smallest ripple in the water seemed alive, moving beneath the frozen layer like a hidden pulse. Aki stepped carefully along the path, her boots leaving soft prints in the snow. Each stone she passed had been placed with care, its moss-covered surface both ancient and enduring. The snow muffled her footsteps, and the world seemed suspended in gentle expectation. She knelt by the river bank, tracing the line where ice met water. Beneath the frozen surface, she imagined the water flowing steadily, carrying leaves, fallen snow, and whispers of the world upstream. It reminded her of her life, moving even when unseen, persistent beneath the surface of daily routines. A small bird hopped across the snow, leaving tiny footprints that disappeared almost immediately. Aki smiled softly, noticing how the smallest traces could still signify presence. She inhaled deeply, letting the scent of cold water, moss, and pine fill her senses. Every detail seemed to vibrate with quiet life. The hidden garden held a variety of pine trees, each bent gracefully under the snow. Their branches whispered in the wind, brushing against each other like murmured secrets. Aki walked among them, letting the soft rustle guide her steps, feeling a profound connection to the rhythm of the natural world. She found a stone lantern at the edge of the pond, its base covered in snow. Carefully, she brushed the snow away with gloved hands, revealing the rough, time-worn surface beneath. She noticed the way the lantern had weathered decades, yet still stood proudly, its purpose unchanged, quietly illuminating even the smallest moments. Aki knelt and placed her palm against the stone. The texture was rough, yet steady, grounding her. She whispered to the garden, almost as if speaking to the stones themselves. "I see you. I notice." I am here with you." The wind shifted slightly, rustling branches and snow. It felt like an answer, a gentle acknowledgement from the hidden world around her. The pond reflected the pale winter light, broken only by small cracks in the ice. Aki knelt, gently touching the frozen surface. The cold seeped into her fingertips, sharp but invigorating. She imagined the water beneath, flowing endlessly, and felt a kinship with its hidden persistence. Nearby, a small moss-covered rock jutted out from the snow. She knelt beside it, brushing snow away to reveal the vivid green beneath. It seemed alive, thriving in quiet resilience, a testament to patience and endurance. Aki marveled at how even under winter's cover, life continued hidden, yet vibrant. She wandered further, discovering a miniature stone bridge crossing a narrow channel of the river. The snow on its handrails glimmered faintly in the low light. A fox darted silently along the edge, leaving delicate tracks beside her own. Aki smiled at the fleeting encounter, aware that even the smallest creatures shared in the garden's rhythm. Every step she took, every glance, every breath was amplified by the stillness. She noticed the delicate layering of snow on pine needles, the way frost caught on the edges of stone, the faint hum of water. Moving beneath ice, an unseen but constant melody. At the far end of the garden, she found a small bench facing the river. She sat, drawing her knees close, and let the sounds of the hidden world envelop her. It was a quiet music, the water beneath ice, the whispers of pine, the soft fall of snow. It was alive, yet entirely serene. Aki pulled out her notebook and wrote slowly, deliberately. The river moves even when frozen, and life persists in quiet places, unseen but steady. I am part of this rhythm, and I notice it. She set the notebook aside and closed her eyes, letting the winter garden speak directly to her. Time seemed suspended, yet each moment carried weight. Her heartbeat matched the rhythm of the water, the sway of pines, and the soft fall of snowflakes. She thought of her footprints, temporary yet real, her presence quietly altering the surface of the garden. Even the smallest acts mattered, she realized: careful steps, gentle touches, deliberate attention. As the sun dipped lower, casting longer shadows across the snow, Aki rose and walked slowly back along the path. Each lantern and stone seemed to acknowledge her passage, each step resonating softly in the quiet world she had entered. Back at the inn, she removed her boots, feeling the warmth of the tatami beneath her. She poured a cup of tea and held it, letting the heat rise into her hands. Outside, the garden remained hidden under snow, but in her memory. It was vivid, alive, a sanctuary she could carry within her, a place of stillness and quiet beauty. She wrote one final line in her notebook before night fell completely. Hidden, silent, patient life continues, always. Even beneath snow and ice, it whispers. That night, she lay beneath the futon, listening to the wind in the pines and the faint hum of the river. The hidden garden lived on in her mind, and she drifted into sleep, carried by its quiet, persistent rhythm. Chapter 9: Snow-covered temples and silent bells. The morning was hushed under a thick layer of snow. Aki stepped out of the inn and felt the cold, crisp air fill her lungs. Her footsteps were softened by the snow, each one deliberate, conscious, almost ceremonial. The path led her toward the central temple of Shiguren. The gate, usually bustling with visitors, stood quiet and solemn, its wooden beams dusted with fresh snow, lanterns at either side glowing faintly. A sense of reverence washed over her as she crossed the threshold. The air seemed to hold its breath, heavy with the faint scent of incense and pine. Every sound was amplified: the crunch of snow beneath her boots, the distant rustle of bamboo, the low hum of the river hidden beneath ice. She walked slowly through the temple grounds, observing each detail. Stone lanterns were half covered in snow, their bases adorned with frost patterns. Steps leading to the main hall were lightly dusted, their edges softened by winter. The temple's roof shimmered under the pale morning light, icicles dangling like delicate chimes. Aki paused at a small shrine, kneeling to bow lightly. She felt the weight of centuries in the stone, the wood, and the faint echoes of prayers left long ago. It was as though each footprint in the snow, each breath she took, was acknowledged by the stillness itself. The bell tower loomed silently above, its bronze bell dusted with frost. Aki approached, placing her hands lightly on the cold rope. She closed her eyes and allowed herself to imagine the deep tone of the bell, resonating across the town, through the snow, through time itself. Even unstruck, the bell seemed to vibrate in the silence, a quiet heartbeat connecting the past, present, and future. Nearby, a monk walked slowly, carrying a small bundle of incense. He arranged offerings on a stone altar, moving deliberately, without hurry. Aki watched, noticing the grace in each motion, the careful attention to the smallest details. Even in stillness, there was movement, subtle, meaningful, alive. She wandered further into the temple's courtyard, where snow had formed soft drifts over stone statues. Each one seemed both permanent and fragile, enduring wind and cold, yet softened and softened again by the fall of snow. Aki knelt beside a statue of Jizo, brushing lightly at the snow covering its face. She whispered, as if sharing her thoughts with the guardian of travelers and children, "I am here. I notice. I am grateful." The wind moved through the trees, brushing against the eaves, and the sound mingled with the faint echo of her whisper, a gentle chorus of presence in the silent temple. She explored the smaller side gardens, where moss and stones were partially exposed. Icicles hung delicately from bamboo shoots, catching the soft light. A stream, partially frozen, trickled quietly beneath a thin sheet of ice. Aki knelt to touch it, feeling the cold seep through her glove, and imagined the water flowing beneath, constant, unhurried, persistent. She noticed the footprints of birds along the banks, tiny arcs in the snow that vanished after only a few steps. Even these brief traces seemed sacred, part of the rhythm of the temple's quiet world. At the main hall, Aki paused to admire the sliding doors, snow clinging to the edges. Inside, the warm glow of lanterns illuminated the wooden floor. She stepped lightly, careful not to disturb the quiet energy within. The scent of incense drifted softly, weaving with the cold air from outside. Aki sat cross-legged near the hearth, letting her attention rest on the subtle details: the flicker of candlelight on wood, the curling smoke of incense, the soft sound of wind against the papered doors. Time seemed suspended. Her thoughts settled like snowflakes, drifting gently and then dissolving, leaving only presence. She picked up her notebook and wrote slowly, deliberately. Even beneath snow, the temple watches. Even in silence, the bell whispers. Presence is enough attention as prayer. Outside, the bell tower remained still, yet she could feel its invisible resonance. The snow-covered roofs, the stone paths, the moss and pine all seemed to vibrate softly, as though acknowledging her recognition of their existence. Aki rose and walked to the edge of the courtyard, watching the lanterns along the paths glow faintly in the pale light. The town beyond the temple seemed muted, softened by snow, yet alive with tiny, unseen movements. A branch swaying, a bird hopping, a distant plume of smoke rising from a chimney. Each small moment reminded her of the vast web of quiet life, the careful dance of presence and stillness that filled the town. As the afternoon faded toward evening, the sky took on a soft gray-blue hue. Aki lingered in the courtyard, listening to the wind through the pines and the faint murmur of the river. She imagined the temple's bell ringing, its deep sound traveling through the snow, touching every corner of the town with a patient, steady rhythm. The snow began to drift again, light and silent. Aki watched as it collected on lanterns, steps, and the frozen pond, softening the world in layers of white. She felt a profound peace settle within her chest, a sense of alignment with the quiet pulse of life around her. She returned to the inn as twilight deepened, the lanterns along the streets glowing warmly against the snow. The footsteps she left behind were soft, temporary, yet undeniably hers. Each step, each breath, each act of attention carried meaning, echoing the silent teachings of the temple. That night, Aki lay beneath her futon, listening to the snow falling softly on the roof, the distant wind in bamboo, and the faint memory of a bell that had never rung. She felt a deep, calm certainty, presence, awareness, and quiet attention were as sacred as prayer, as enduring as stone, as gentle as snow. She drifted into sleep with the temple's rhythm inside her, the soft heartbeat of the bell, the whisper of pine, and the enduring serenity of snow-covered life. Chapter 10: Footprints in the Snow and Reflections in Tea. The morning was quiet, the world softened by another night of falling snow. Aki stepped outside, her breath curling into clouds in the cold air. The town lay still beneath a thick blanket of white, every roof, tree, and stone dusted in silence. She began to walk along the familiar paths, her boots pressing gently into the snow. Each footprint was temporary, soon to be obscured by new flurries, yet each one marked a moment of presence, a trace of being. The river, partially frozen, glimmered faintly under the pale light. Aki paused at the edge, observing the water moving silently beneath the ice. It reminded her of her own journey, unseen yet persistent, quiet yet real. She thought back on the mornings spent making tea, the careful motions of whisking, pouring, inhaling the scent and warmth. Each cup had been a meditation, a lesson in attention, patience, and presence. She realized now that the tea, the snow, the steps along the paths, they were all part of a rhythm, a slow, deliberate music of life. Aki knelt beside her footprints, letting her gloved hands trace the snow around them. She imagined them as temporary offerings, small gestures in a larger, ongoing world. Even impermanence could be beautiful, she thought, even vanishing could be meaningful. The town was waking slowly. A thin wisp of smoke rose from a distant chimney, curling toward the gray sky. A crow hopped along a fence, its feet leaving tiny imprints beside hers. Aki smiled at the subtle harmony of life around her, human, animal, and nature, each moving carefully, attentively, in their own rhythm. She wandered toward the inn, pausing to watch snow drift over moss-covered stones. Every detail, from the delicate curve of a pine branch to the faint glimmer of ice on a pond, seemed to invite observation, a gentle call to mindfulness. Inside, the warmth of the inn was comforting. Aki poured herself a cup of tea, letting the fragrance rise slowly, curling into the room. She held the cup in both hands, feeling the heat seep into her fingers, then lifted it to her lips and drank slowly, savoring each swallow. The taste, the warmth, the quiet all reminded her that the simplest moments held depth. That attention itself was a practice, a way of honoring life and one's own presence within it. She set the cup down and looked out the window. Footprints in the snow stretched behind her, disappearing gradually in soft flurries. Each mark, though fleeting, had been real, and each moment of attention mattered. Aki wrote in her notebook, "Snow falls, footprints vanish, tea cools, but each act is enough." Even impermanence carries grace. Later, she walked toward the river again, following the faint trail of lanterns along the banks. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and snow. She paused to kneel on a frozen stone, touching the surface of the water beneath the ice. The sensation was cold yet grounding, a reminder of life flowing quietly beneath appearances. She thought of the letters she had read, the hidden gardens she had explored, the temples she had visited. All these experiences were threads in a larger tapestry, each one teaching her the value of stillness, attention, and reflection. Even the simple act of walking in snow, leaving traces that would vanish, felt sacred, a meditation on presence and impermanence. Aki wandered back to a small side garden, where moss peeked through the snow. She knelt, brushing snow lightly from the stones, feeling the texture beneath her fingers. She noticed tiny animal tracks mingling with hers, a reminder of life unseen yet persistent. Even in quiet solitude, she realized, one is never truly alone. The garden's lanterns glowed faintly in the dim afternoon light, casting warm reflections across snow and stone. Aki paused, closing her eyes, letting the world speak to her through sensations, through memory, through the subtle rhythm of wind, water, and snow. Returning to the inn, she carried with her a profound sense of peace. She removed her boots and set them neatly by the door, then knelt on the tatami and poured another cup of tea. The warmth rose through her hands and chest, a quiet reminder that life's simplest pleasures are enough. She sipped slowly, letting the taste linger. Each sip seemed to echo the footsteps she had taken that morning, the snow under her boots. The river beneath ice, the lanterns that had guided her, and the gardens that had whispered their secrets. Aki wrote one final reflection for the day. Each footprint is temporary, each cup of tea a meditation, each breath a gift. Stillness is not absence, it is presence in its purest form. Outside, the snow continued to fall, soft and unrelenting. The lanterns along the path glimmered faintly, reflections dancing on the white. The river beneath the ice moved steadily, persistently, unseen but alive. And Aki, wrapped in warmth and awareness, felt the quiet certainty that she was part of this rhythm, fully, attentively, peacefully. That night, as she lay beneath her futon, the snow muffling every sound, Aki drifted into sleep, carried by the impressions of the day, footprints in snow, reflections in tea, whispers of gardens, hidden rivers, and silent bells. Each moment, each step, each breath became a gentle meditation, anchoring her in the quiet, persistent, beautiful flow of life. Chapter 11 Stillness Beyond the Snowy Shoji. The morning light crept slowly across the room. Aki awoke to the pale glow filtering through the shoji, each panel outlined by frost. The snow outside pressed softly against the windows, silent yet alive, a quiet curtain separating the world beyond from the inner calm of her room. She rose slowly, feeling the weight of winter in her bones, yet also a warmth she had not known when she arrived. The journey through the town, the gardens, the temples, the river, and the snow's steady, persistent presence had left its imprint on her heart. She felt as though the world itself had whispered to her notice. "Be here. You are part of this flow." Aki stepped outside, her breath forming soft clouds in the cold air. The town lay in perfect stillness, every roof, path, and branch glimmering with frost. Lanterns reflected faintly on the snow, guiding her steps like old companions. Even the river beneath the ice seemed to flow deliberately, quietly, unseen but eternal. She walked slowly along the familiar paths, each step deliberate, mindful. Footprints pressed into snow marked her passage, temporary yet undeniable. A fox darted across her path, leaving small tracks alongside hers. Birds hopped lightly over snow, leaving tiny impressions in a world otherwise undisturbed. Every detail reminded her of the interconnectedness of life. Snow, stone, pine, lantern, river, and human presence each had its rhythm, each contributed to the still, persistent pulse of the town. She arrived at the main temple, dusted in white, the bell tower rising solemnly into the pale sky. Aki knelt at the entrance, bowing deeply, her hands pressed together. The quiet of centuries seemed to embrace her, as though the temple itself acknowledged her presence. The bells remained silent, yet she could feel their resonance in the air, in her chest, in her mind. Walking through the courtyard, she noticed the footprints of monks, animals, and past visitors mingling with her own. She felt the weight and continuity of those lives, all present in the stillness, and realized that her own presence was now woven into the quiet fabric of the town. The hidden gardens, now glimmering with ice and frost, beckoned her once more. She wandered along stone paths, brushing snow lightly from moss and lanterns. The river beside the garden flowed beneath ice, steady and constant. Aki knelt and touched the frozen surface, imagining the unseen movement below, feeling her own life mirrored in the gentle persistence of water. She reflected on the letters she had never sent, the moments she had observed, the footprints she had left in snow and in memory. Each one had been a gesture of presence, small but meaningful, and in this culmination of quiet observation, she understood the value of attention itself. Back inside the inn, Aki prepared tea, moving slowly and deliberately. The steam curled gently into the room, carrying warmth and scent. She held the cup between her hands, feeling the heat seep into her fingers, and lifted it to her lips. Savoring the subtle flavor, the gentle rhythm of breathing, the awareness of the present moment. She wrote in her notebook, "Stillness is not emptiness. It is the full attention we give to life, the recognition of beauty, impermanence, and persistence. It is present in snow, in a river, in a garden, in a lantern, in a bell, in breath." Outside, snow continued to fall softly, each flake a quiet note in the music of the town. The lanterns glimmered faintly through the drifts, the river hummed beneath ice, and the world felt both immense and intimate, alive in ways both subtle and profound. Aki walked to her favorite spot by the window, where the shoji opened to the garden. She pressed her hands lightly against the wooden frame, feeling the cold seep through but also the comforting structure beneath. Beyond the snow-laden branches, she could see the river, the stones, the pine, and for the first time in months, she felt entirely present, fully awake within the quiet. She recalled each day since arriving, the footprints in snow, the hidden gardens, the silent bells, the lanterns along the path, the whispers of pines, the flowing river, and realized that the journey had been both outward and inward. Every step through the town had been mirrored by a step within herself. Evening came slowly, the sky painted in pale shades of blue and gray. Aki lit a small lantern by the window, its soft glow reflecting on the snow outside. She knelt to bow, acknowledging the quiet presence around her, the teachers she had found in stone, ice, water, and wind. She sipped her tea, letting the warmth fill her chest. A profound stillness settled over her, a stillness that was not absence, but fullness, awareness, and connection. The world and her own being were intertwined, each breath and heartbeat part of the same gentle rhythm she had followed since her arrival. Aki wrote one final line in her notebook. Beyond the snowy shoji, life moves quietly, persistently, beautifully. I am here. I notice. I belong. The night deepened, snow falling endlessly, lanterns glowing faintly, the river flowing beneath ice, and the temple bell waiting silently. Aki lay beneath her futon, letting the quiet of the town, the gardens, the river, and the snow wash over her entirely. She drifted into sleep, carried by the rhythm of footsteps, water, wind, and lanterns. Her heart, like the town, was still, aware, and profoundly at peace. Outside, beyond the shoji, snow continued to fall, and the world held its gentle breath, eternally patient, endlessly alive, and perfectly still.